This video is not going to be like my previous ones, where I mainly talk about lore from the perspective of a fictional professor in the style of a university lecture. This is going to be a different type of video, where I voice my own personal opinions. I was a bit unsure at the start of this project if I should call it a review video, a rant video, or whatever. I think the closest one would be review, after all. I want to test it out, however, and see if I myself, and more importantly, if you guys like this form of content as well. So let me know in the comments of this video. A lot of things have already been said about the topic of today's video, and many other reviewers and content creators have put it more eloquently than I ever could. So shout out to channels like Big Dan Gaming and SkillUp for inspiring me to throw my own hat in the ring, so to speak. Also, as I said before, these are going to be my opinions. If you don't like them, then you are free to do so. I'm just coming at this from my own point of view. With all of that out of the way, let's get into it. I don't think Dragon Age the Veilguard is a very good game. Specifically, I don't think it's a very good Dragon Age game. And in this video, I'm going to go through why I think so, and share some of my thoughts and opinions about the game. I have been a fan of the Dragon Age series since Origins, like many others. The lore, the story, and the writing just dragged me into the world, and I truly fell in love with it during my high school years. While the sequels never really lived up to the splendor of Origins, I still consider them to be pretty good games. And like many other fans, I waited patiently after the end of Inquisition's DLC Trespasser for the next installment in the series. Something that took 10 years. I am well aware that a piece of media should be able to stand on its own feet without constantly being compared to its previous installment. However, there are some instances where drawing comparisons to the previous games cannot be avoided, simply because of how influential the game series of Dragon Age have been when it comes to modern RPGs. There are certain expectations on a new game in such an influential series, and I will endeavor to both analyze the pros and cons of the game itself and balance it with fair comparisons of the previous games in this video. This video has taken a long time to get done, but finally I'm done with it and now it is here. With both pictures and video in it, that was a big step, let me tell you. I know it's late, and everyone and their mother have already made a video on Veilguard, but even so, I felt that I had to take my time and to finally tell you how I really felt. Since I've never made a video like this before, I was at the start a bit unsure how in-depth I should go and how nitpicky I should be, anxiously wondering if I would be able to get in everything that I wanted to talk about, or even what other people expected me to talk about. But after some consideration, I have come to the conclusion that I will talk about what I noticed and thought relevant to my experience playing the game and bring it up here, alongside other perspectives that I have taken part of from other people and content creators that I have watched reviewing and criticizing this game. But I'm rambling at this point, so let's get into it. It's gonna be quite a long one, so get comfortable and grab a drink and some snacks. Because here we go. The game starts with a cinematic voiced by Varric, filling us in on some of the events of the previous game and its DLC, Trespasser. Mainly the fact that Solas is the Dread Wolf, and his backstory concerning the Evanuris. This then leads us into the character creator, where we create our player character, Rook. While the character creator itself is decent and the lighting background can actually be changed so you can actually see what your character looks like instead of the green background that existed in Inquisition CC, there were some things that bothered me with the creator in Veilguard. Right out of the gate, the art style chosen for the game is not like any of the previous games in the series. It's very cartoon-like, and to me at least doesn't match very well with the dark fantasy style that, with some modifications from game to game, have followed the series since Origins. It also looks more like a hero shooter than an RPG at first glance, and that was certainly the impression that many other fans got when they saw the first trailer for the game. Some of the aspects of character creation as well is a bit strange. The main character that I created and played through the game with was an elf, and I quickly noticed how insanely large their ears are. In the previous games, elves have had normal-sized ears, but they are still noticeably pointed. But these looked like they were taken straight out of World of Warcraft. I look like a night elf. And this is, by the way, the smallest ears that I could make, and they are still enormous. No complaints about the dwarves and humans though, but in regards to the Qunari, someone messed up the size of the forehead and the placement of the horns on these guys. These aspects were next unto seamless in Inquisition, where they first gave you the option to play as the Qunari, but here it just looks really off and silly, to say the least. As a part of the character creation, you also get to choose your starting faction, which will determine your character's surname and most of his or her backstory, along with giving Rook some specific bonuses in combat against certain enemies, and more influence with the chosen faction. These factions will play a major role in the game, and we will get back to them later. The different backstories from each faction are disappointingly similar to one another, and most of them can be boiled down to Rook disobeyed direct orders on a mission from superiors or the like to save civilians and or the lives of his own companions, becoming temporarily sidelined by the faction's leader. I get that the developers were trying to mirror background choices like those in Mass Effect and the like, but the lackluster background scenarios leaves some things to be desired. It would have been cool if you were able to play these background stories like what you were able to do in the prologue of Dragon Age Origins, and having those choices that you made there actually affect the story of Veilguard overall. Truly a lost opportunity. The first of many, if you ask me. Speaking of, after creating your character, you also get the option to recreate your player character from the previous game, the Inquisitor, and pick the decisions from the previous games that will affect the narrative of Veilguard. Or at least we would have been able to if there were more than 3 of them. There are only 3 choices, all from the previous game, that you can choose from to alter the story of Veilguard. This is a huge disappointment for a number of reasons. It not only robs the game of the depth it so desperately requires, but it also makes the game feel disconnected from the previous games in the series. Every single previous Dragon Age game were able to implement the unique feature of importing previous choices that the player had made with previous characters and making them have an impact on the following game in question. You could import your save file from Origins to Awakening. For Inquisition, you had the impressive keep system, which lets you customize your previous choices down to specific side quests. Even in Dragon Age 2, which had many faults, mainly due to EA rushing its production, still had the time to implement 20 choices from Origins and their consequences for the game with the option to import save files. They did that during the span of 1 year. The developers of Veilguard had 10 years to do something similar, so a lack of time is no excuse. The 3 choices from Inquisition that were chosen is also a bit puzzling, and begs the question of why they simply didn't bring in more important decisions from Inquisition. The 3 choices are as follows: who the Inquisitor romanced, if the Inquisition was disbanded or not, and if the Inquisitor vowed to stop or save Solas at the end of Trespasser. That's it. Now, these are not bad choices to have in and of themselves, as part of a customizable world state. But only these? Really? The epilogue of Inquisition and even Trespasser gives the player a taste of all the significant choices they have made and how they impacted the world, and only these 3 were deemed important enough to carry over into the next game? Not who becomes the next divine or what happens to the mages and the Templars after the war, who drinks from the Well of Sorrows, etc., etc. Not to mention what happens in the previous games. The fate of the hero Ferelden and Hawke, if Anders is still alive or not, who rules Ferelden, Orlais, and Starkhaven? Does Morrigan have a child? But no, it's more important to know who I banged in the last game, obviously. It was Cassandra, by the way. Best girl, don't at me. These are major decisions that shape the world. Myself, along with many others, reacted with apathy when we first heard that this was going to be the case with a new Dragon Age game. We felt as if nothing we had done up to that point had mattered or mattered anymore, besides from our own headcanon. The legacy, the epic story that we had built up over the course of the past 3 games, would not be carried on into the future, as if the developers at BioWare had just dropped the ball. In an interview with IGN from September 2024, Veilguard's creative director John Epler makes it clear that one of the main reasons Veilguard takes place in northern Thedas is so that the game can get a clean slate away from the events and happenings of southern Thedas, where the other 3 games have taken place. About not wanting to invalidate past player choices, but at the same time admitting that certain topics won't be touched upon in the game. Which is an absolutely nonsensical point of view, considering how much time dedicated players have put into these games and the love and enthusiasm they have shown for their own created stories and choices. Also, the argument that what has happened in southern Thedas would not affect northern Thedas, hence the limited number of choices implemented in Veilguard, is also a really dumb argument. You're telling me that the Tevinter Imperium would not take notice of or even change its foreign policy towards the south if, for example, Vivienne, as a mage, were elected Divine of the Southern Chantry, or if the ruling king of Ferelden personally had a hand in sabotaging Tevinter's slave trade in that area. Better yet, what if the Qun and the Inquisition are in an alliance with each other? Or what happens to the Grey Wardens of the South during the events of Inquisition? All of these things massively impact, if not Northern Thedas directly, then the perceptions of Northern Thedas towards the South. All in all, only having 3 decisions and only from the previous game was a massive mistake and letdown. Let's move on. After you've created your character, the intro cinematic continues. In an effort to stop Solas in his plan to flood the world of Thedas with the raw essence of the Fade and restore the hegemony of the elves, the Inquisitor has sent out Varric and Scout Lace Harding to find the Dreadwolf and put an end to his schemes. This takes the two on a journey across Thedas, a story told in the comic book The Missing, before they follow the Dreadwolf's trail to Minrathous, the capital of the Tevinter Imperium. They also recruit a new companion, Rook, the player character. The game starts off in a bar, where you were supposed to meet up with the private detective Neve Gallus, but she has apparently been taken away by Venatori cultists. Yes, the Venatori are still a thing, and you need to get the information about where they have taken her from the crooked bartender and her Venatori goons. The dialogue wheel from the previous 2 games makes a return, with the option to either talk your way out of the situation, or to kick the shit out of everyone in the room until they tell you what you want to know. I'll go into detail regarding the dialogue wheel and writing later, but the dialogue in the game are over the top and tacky most of the time. I elected to try and roleplay as much of an aggressive evil character as I could in the game, which turned out was not something the game was gonna let me do. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So I chose the aggressive option and got the information. I also find it interesting that, since I was playing as a mage, there is no special animation where, for example, you use magic to beat the enemies up. Instead, you just go straight into close combat. Now, I'm a big fan of melee caster archetypes like Arcane Warrior and so on, but would it really be fitting for ordinary mages, lore-wise, who usually fight at range, to go straight into melee with enemies like this? Anyway, we get the information, and together with Varric we head out into Minrathous to link up with Harding and Nevgalis. The city of Minrathous is cool, I guess. The architecture fits with a lot of art and lore that have been established in previous games and lore books, but it does seem very much more rocky and mountain-filled than how it has previously been depicted. Maybe the designers wanted the feeling of scale this early in the game and thus placed the city on differing altitudes to heighten that feeling. It could also be the fact that Minrathous is the largest city on the continent, that the environment varies depending on where in the city you are. On our way towards our companions, we notice that Solas's ritual has begun, as gigantic tears in reality show up in the sky. And, as demons and spirits pour out into the real world, we rush to link up with Harding. The design of the new demons are... oh boy. They look really bad. Previous games in the series have changed the appearance of creatures and enemies before, but this change is just atrocious. Just look at them. They look so bland and generic. These are supposed to be demons, creatures formed from negative emotions that embodies sins. They should look and feel terrifying, like in the previous games, where each respective demon had a unique look and feel to it. The burning, molten shape of the Rage Demon, the terrifying, hulking monstrosity of the Pride Demon, the sensual allure of the Lust Demon. I wonder why they don't show up in this game. Maybe they were just too sexy for the developers to include. These are just skeletal, spectral shapes. To call them demons would be an insult to the demons of the previous games. So we meet up with Harding and get a first taste of combat as we fight some shades, wraiths. Honestly, I don't even know if these are supposed to be a type of demon that we have encountered in previous iterations, or if these are new ones. They look so indistinct. Combat and gameplay will have its own segment, but I can mention a few things here. I went with a melee mage build using dagger and orb, and it actually flows pretty well. Combat is a lot more hack and slash focused than previous iterations, with light and heavy attacks, as well as a small number of abilities that you and your companions can use in combat via either a pause menu or hotkeys. A lot of enemies feel quite spongy, however, and the combat itself, while perhaps a decent action hack and slash game, does not feel like a Dragon Age game. But
I'll save it for the end. I will save it for the end.
Meeting up with Varric's contact, a Tevinter private investigator and ice mage by the name of Nevgalis, the group fights off the Venatori attacking Neve and makes their way below the city, finds some interesting murals, and finally comes upon an active Eluvian. Going through the Eluvian, they are transported to a ritual site in the ancient Arlathan forest, home of the once great Elven Empire. After fighting a mini-boss in the form of a Pride Demon, I mean, just look at that. That looks nothing like a Pride Demon, come on. The group tries to figure out how to sabotage the ritual. Varric tries to talk Solas down, while you sneak around the back with one of the companions to sabotage the ritual site, putting the chosen companion in potential mortal danger. Or will it? Seeing Varric and Solas talk after all this time was, admittedly, kinda cool and heartwarming, but here, and in many previous and upcoming instances, the lackluster quality of the writing and dialogue of the game starts to show. The line,
"People are always dying. It is what they do,"
from Solas in response to Varric stating that his actions are killing people at this moment, just sounds bad, at least according to me. A really weird and strange line. He could have mentioned something about the elves reclaiming their immortality, when the veil comes down or something like that. That would have been fitting. So after we destroy some scaffolding and play dominoes with the statues at the site, Solas loses control of the ritual. Varric goes for the magical dagger, Solas stabs Varric, and Rook gets hit by a magical shockwave as something breaks out of the Fade behind Solas in the confusion. Wounded, Rook and Varric are carried back to safety. We are then treated to a scene with Solas as he speaks to us in our unconscious state. He explains that a special link has been formed between the two of them due to Rook's blood being spilled at the ritual site, and that Solas has now been trapped in the Fade, while something else that were trapped have now escaped from their prison in the Fade due to Rook's interference. Two members of the ancient elven pantheon, the Evanuris, Elganon and Gillenane. It is now up to us to stop the two elven gods, while getting some useful information from the Dreadwolf himself along the way. We also have the chance to tell the god of lies, treachery, and rebellion how much of a bastard we think or don't think he is during the conversation. To be honest, these sequences and most of the game directly involving Solas himself is some of the better parts of it, I have to admit. But this also shines a light on something that me and many other fans were not quite expecting from the sequel to not only Inquisition, but Trespasser specifically. And something we started dreading as more and more info of Veilguard was announced prior to its release. Solas would not be the main villain of Veilguard. The tragic anti-hero and trickster we had learned to love or hate in Inquisition would instead be sidelined as a villain for the two elven gods. Now, to be clear here, the fact that the remaining Evanuris were going to be future villains in Dragon Age is something that I approve of, and I kind of considered it inevitable that they would eventually become involved in the narrative as villains sooner or later. But it would, for example, have been much more fitting narratively to introduce them as looming dangers or active villains further into the story of a sequel to Inquisition, or even to have them be villains in the game following what became Veilguard. With all the build-up that existed from Inquisition and Trespasser, Solas should have had the spotlight as the villain, and the fact that he was not is a big thumbs down for this game. After this sequence, we then wake up some time later and find ourselves in something known as the Lighthouse, a collection of interconnected floating buildings in the Fade that will act as your new base of operations. Apparently, this was the old headquarters for Solas and his rebels during their revolt against the Evanuris, and comes with personal quarters for your character and all your companions. It also houses the Veilguard, the Dreadwolf's personal Eluvian, which let him travel to any other Eluvian on the continent using his Lyrium dagger. The Veilguard connects to the other Eluvians through the Crossroads, first encountered in Trespasser. The place also has its very own custodian spirit, known as the Caretaker, which you can converse with to upgrade and enchant equipment, as well as upgrading the shop itself. Having been sent here through the Eluvian after their escape from the ritual site, Varric can be found in the infirmary. Passing the torch of leadership to you, it is now your job to gather a group of competent companions in order to counter the machinations of the elven gods. The Lighthouse as well as the Crossroads have an interesting aesthetic to them, and the Lighthouse has a couple of puzzles, unlockable areas, and codices that can be unlocked throughout the game. As a base of operations, I personally think that it doesn't feel as vibrant and expansive as Skyhold, nor as cozy and atmospheric as the campsite from Origins, but it's decent. Before we assemble a larger team, we need to get our bearings a bit, and we return to Arlathan Forest and the scene of the crime with our two companions. The one character that followed you to sabotage the ritual site is a bit banged up and makes over-dramatic grunting noises of pain, but tags along anyway. She isn't so injured that she is left behind at the lighthouse or incapacitated, actually making the choice have consequences. No, she's just a bit banged up and is left behind at the start of the mission anyway. Because the gang quickly runs into members of one of the game's factions, the Veiljumpers, who are fighting and defeat an elven sentinel construct. Two of the Veiljumpers, Strife and Irilin, are recognized as they appear in the Dragon Age Missing comic. Explaining the situation, Rook and one companion is directed to another Veiljumper named Bellara Lutare, the faction's expert in ancient elven artifacts, while the injured companion stays behind with the Veiljumpers. Following this, we are introduced to one of our future companions, Bellara, as she is on the hunt for an artifact known as the Nadas Dirthalan, and you decide to help each other out. Now, I might just get my initial reaction and opinions of the companions out of the way as they get introduced, and go into the specifics of their character progress and companion quest later. Bellara is, I think, a very irritating and too much of an over-the-top character, at least at the start of the game. She's supposed to be this very wise, learned scientist and scholar with a positive, enthusiastic streak to her. Something like a Mordin Solas type character from Mass Effect. That's what I might have imagined with this archetype of a character. Instead, we get this hyperactive, overtly quirky, lol-so-random character that, more often than not, gets on your nerves than actually comes off as endearing or interesting. Anyhow, we travel with Bellara through Arlathan Forest and the ruins of ancient elven buildings floating here and there as a result of displaced magical energy, until we find what she was looking for. The Nadas Dirthalan is revealed to be an archive spirit with a lot of valuable information about the history of the ancient elves. But before that is revealed, we have to fight an ogre to open it. Now, this will definitely be something I will get back to in the video, but the new Darkspawn models in this game look absolutely terrible. Even worse than the remake they got in Dragon Age 2, in my view. At least those Darkspawn looked somewhat intimidating and menacing in certain situations. In Veilguard, these Darkspawn just looked lame and generic, just like the new demons. The ghouls are way too similar in style to the husks from Mass Effect, but even so, manages to look worse than them. Their appearance is not frightening or scary anymore, like they were in Origins, where they really looked monstrous. Here they just look goofy and silly. When I first saw this boss fight, I was in disbelief. I could not believe that silly-looking thing was supposed to be a Darkspawn ogre. But, once again...
Fine, I'll save it for the end.
Arlathan Forest as a region is pretty nice on the other hand. The forest environment mixed in with lakes, cliffs, and the ruins of elven civilization really fits what Arlathan is supposed to be. The remnants of something long lost and forgotten. The magic technology displayed here, originating with the ancient elves, is kinda cool as well. A bit over the top and sci-fi-esque in some places, but for the most part it's decent. The forest itself could have been a bit more dense, however, to really give you the feeling of a civilization that existed deep inside the woods, far away from everything else. Or to emphasize how much have changed with the forest and how much have been overgrown since the fall of Arlathan. The elven sentinels are cool as well, an example of ancient elven magic and tech. There are no Sylvans in the game, however, and I think that's a bit sad, and a bit of a missed opportunity, both as potential enemies but also as NPCs, and old allies of the elves of the forest. Would have been cool to see someone like the Grand Oak from Origins again. He was a nice tree, that one. The best rhyming poetry that was. After returning to the Veiljumper camp, the group is informed that Darkspawn have attacked several settlements and Dalish clans in and around Arlathan Forest. To see what might be behind this, Rook and the group travels to the small settlement of Demetas Crossing, to see if they can find some info as to this surge in Darkspawn activity. Once they arrive, they find that the entire settlement has been corrupted by the Blight taint, more so than it normally would corrupt the soil or the air during a normal blight. Dark tendrils and sickly boils have spread throughout the entire town, and death is all that is left of the town's inhabitants. The Veiljumpers sent to the site survive long enough to relay to Rook and the others that the elven gods released the Blight using a horrible blood magic ritual. The group also find the town's mayor, who it turns out sold out the town and its people to the elven gods in exchange for gold, while under the influence of the gods' magic. We here face one of the first choices, to let him go or to leave him to his fate. You can also banish him to the Grey Wardens if you choose the Warden background for your character. This new Blight has been mutated by Gillenane into something hitherto unseen, and the Blight is now a much more potent threat wielded by the two elven gods. The new features of the Blight is expanded upon in codex entries, as well as the new appearance of the Darkspawn. Supposedly now more similar to what the original ancient Darkspawn looked like, and crafted to look this way by Gillenane, this is the reason given why they look so different in the game. More on Gillenane's modified Blight and its effects on the story later. This section of the game is actually quite good. Aside from the goofy-looking new Darkspawn, the corrupted settlement with all its death and destruction sets quite a gruesome and dark tone, for not just the gods and the Darkspawn themselves as villains, but also thematically, for the mission as a whole. If Veilguard had leaned more into this, towards the more dark and horrifying fantasy aspects of the story, this could have been a far better game. It doesn't, spoiler alert, but I will give credit where credit is due. Back at the Veiljumpers camp, we relay the info to Strife and Irilyn, and Morrigan shows up halfway through the conversation. You guys remember Morrigan from the previous games? Morrigan, who doesn't really look very much like her old self. Morrigan, remember? She talks a bit with Harding about their shared time in the Inquisition, and then reveals her intention to aid the Veiljumpers in their affairs as an arcane advisor, and speaks of the importance of stopping the elven gods, and that what Rook saw at the Metal's Crossing was just the beginning. Can you ask her about anything more in detail except who she is? No, because that would undermine the world state and all of those choices that were not allowed to fit into the story. As one will notice throughout the game, Morrigan's presence feels very hollow, since many of the choices that shaped her character in previous iterations are not present in this game, making her presence here feel very bare bones at best. Morrigan urges Rook to find Solas's lyrium dagger, so that he himself can control the Vir of Us, which is found after chasing after a very ugly ghoul and awakening some strange powers in Harding along the way. After this, the group rendezvous back at the Lighthouse, and Rook has another talk with Solas in the Fade, this time reached through meditation. Solas tells Rook that Elganon and Gillenane will probably aim to release the rest of the Blight still sealed in the Fade. To do that, they will need a lyrium dagger, and since Rook has taken Solas's, they will have to create their own, which will take time. The gods will also try to gather supporters among the mortals of northern Thedas, so that must be countered as well. The group then cements Rook as the leader of the group, as Varric is still injured. And with the dagger in hand, many of the different Eluvians of northern Thedas can be accessed through the crossroads. So Rook heads out to recruit more companions and to ultimately stop the elven gods. Some of the first stops, at Neve's request, is Minrathous, where some of her contracts can help the group, and Treviso in Antivan, where a famous mage killer is said to reside under the protection of the Antivan crows. Now, before going any further into the story and main quest line of the game, this might be a good time to talk a bit more about the gameplay and combat of Veilguard. The game is split into main quests, side quests, and companion quests, and depending on certain choices made during the main quest, you will get different other main quests and side quests in the different regions as a result. The world map focuses mainly on northern Thedas, and the nations located there, where most of the game takes place. Some places like the Lighthouse and the Crossroads are somewhat separate on the map layer, and certain smaller regions within the larger ones will be accessible for only a specific quest before it becomes non-accessible. Which is a bit of a shame, because in previous games you often had the option to travel back to certain locations to look for loot and resources that you might have missed the first time you went through there. Sometimes it's justified, like for some story reason or another, but it would have been nice to at least have the option to go back to certain places after their respective quests. The first time you want to travel to one of the larger locations, you first have to travel through the crossroads to find the alluvion associated with that location. Once there, the waypoints can be found around the map, so that you can easily fast travel to specific locations should you wish to. More similar to its predecessors, Veilguard is not entirely an open-world game, but rather region-based, with certain locations that you can explore rather than one big map that you can explore. As the game progresses, you will also encounter the game's 6 factions, and by completing certain side quests and collecting certain items for them, you can raise their reputation as the game goes along. This not only affects gameplay somewhat, but also has a major impact on the story as we reach the end of the game. Additionally, there are some collectibles and puzzles spread across the regions that you explore. Altars dedicated to the Evanuris and the Dread Wolf, which will give you more HP and skill points when you complete their challenges and puzzles. But these challenges and puzzles, if you can even call them that, are not very rewarding at all. Most of them are so mind-numbingly easy to complete that a blindfolded child could do it. Now, as promised, let's dive into companion control and combat. Veilguard only allows you to take 2 companions with you when you go out into the world. The number of abilities that you and your companions can use is limited to only 3 per character. None of your companions can actively be controlled by you as the player character either, not in exploration mode and not in combat either. They follow you around and use abilities when you order them to do so. Each companion also has a type of environmental ability that can be used in the world to clear paths or open pathways and such. But once you get the Lyrium Dagger and unlock all companions, every environmental ability can be used through the dagger without needing to have the companion in the party. Which feels kinda lame, to be honest. The skill tree, where you upgrade your abilities and purchase new ones, as well as get specializations for your class, is too big and spread out for its own good. What I mean by that is that while some abilities and traits are worth putting skill points into, the vast majority of traits seem to just be there to either fill up space or to make small alterations to damage or resistance. Some traits alter combat abilities somewhat, but not in any groundbreaking or major way. There are 3 specializations for each class, each one corresponding with one of the game's factions, allowing for some variety at least. But no Blood Mage specialization, for some reason. Because Rook would have reasons to avoid blood magic, apparently. Thank you, BioWare, for making what could have been an interesting character decision for us. It's like the developers want to hamstring us and not allow us to play evil characters. What a silly excuse. But then again, when we get into the dialogue options and the like, you'll see what I mean with not wanting or allowing players to be evil, etc. The Lyrium Dagger has a role in combat, but not the one you might have imagined. Can you maybe use it to tear open the veil and damage your enemies with the raw essence of the Fade? Can you maybe use it as a powerful secondary weapon? Maybe you can channel specialized spells through it as a mage. Yeah, that would be fitting and cool. Maybe some special attacks for dwarves with the whole Lyrium thing, and something special for warriors and rogues too. Yeah, that would fit. No? None of those things? Okay. What you can do is that you can slot up to 3 runes in the dagger, which will give you certain buffs or special combat abilities when activated in combat. Okay. Cool. Some are pretty useful, others are just useless. A bit of a letdown where there could have been a huge potential for something cool, like the Inquisitor's Mark from the last game or something like that. Now, if this game was just another random action RPG, this gameplay and combat system would, if not the most inspiring and groundbreaking, be at least decent. But when you realize that this is actually supposed to be a Dragon Age game, and compare it to the previous games in the series, there is undoubtedly a sense of confusion as to why you would change the gameplay this much and deviate this much from previous iterations. And additionally, in my case at least, you feel quite irritated and let down. Angry, some might even say. Remember in the old Dragon Age games where you had not just several skill trees of numerous actual abilities to unlock, but an entire hotbar where you could place these abilities, skills, and items exactly where you wanted? In Origins, you could even drag it for as long as your screen reached. You had tactics sections for the first 2 games where you could map out reactions for your character depending on what happened in combat. For example, if Alistair's HP falls below this percentage, he drinks a health potion automatically. If an enemy does this to Liliana, she uses this ability. The previous games were more tactics-based RPGs with flanking, positioning, where you could actually control your companions in combat, and they could also be killed in combat. And you could take 3 companions with you, not just a measly 2. Veilguard also tries to recreate the feeling of taking down larger enemies like bosses or dragons, but with the lackluster combat and companion controls, or maybe lack thereof, this does not feel as cool anymore. In previous games, you could set up for an encounter, plan and flank and strategize. Now you just order your companions to attack one target or another and use an ability when prompted. It is such a downgrade from the previous iterations in my opinion. The skills from Origins or talents from Dragon Age 2 or something along those lines are nowhere to be seen either. It's just a shame that BioWare moved away from a working concept that have been proven, despite claims to the contrary, to be successful in other modern games. Instead, they ventured to try something completely alien and new, for the sake of trying to appear modern and different, I guess. Also, potions are not really a thing anymore. You and most of the companions have a healing ability now, which is a bit weird story-wise if you think about it too much, but health pots along with mana and stamina pots were a staple in the previous games. You could even craft them yourselves, making more and more powerful ones as you leveled up. Well, in Veilguard, the health pots are now environmental, and can be found by breaking green pots. Wow. Weapons and armor can be acquired by completing quests or by purchasing them from shops. But both weapons and armor are character locked. You are not able to try out your companion's gear, for example. Equipment is upgraded by the caretaker back at the lighthouse, using a crafting system where you bring back certain materials from the world so that the caretaker can upgrade your gear. You can also upgrade the caretaker's shop itself, allowing you to, in turn, be able to upgrade your gear even further. By finding mementos in the world, the caretaker's shop will be able to upgrade after you find a certain amount for each level. You also have the option to deck out your character in many different outfits, both combat and out-of-combat ones, as well as transmogrify them so that they can look exactly like any other outfit, which is kinda cool. And while this system works and is decently fun to play around with, it is quite a bit different from previous iterations. In fact, a lot of these things are very similar to another set of games. Almost down to a T. That's right. The new God of War games. The combat, the crafting, various aspects of the gameplay is pretty much exactly the same as God of War from 2018 and its sequel God of War Ragnarök from 2022. Now, Don't get me wrong, these two games are really good in their own right, but when you try to implement the gameplay from these games basically concept for concept into a series like Dragon Age, who has its own gameplay system, which, yes, have changed throughout the years, but not this much, this big change becomes a bit jarring and a bit too different. At least, that's what I think. It's as if the developers played a bit too much of the new God of War games and then decided, hey, the new Dragon Age game should be just like this. Veilguard fails to capture the charm of this new gameplay system, and at the same time, it leaves what made it Dragon Age so far behind that now you barely even recognize what this game is supposed to be. Let's continue with the story and the main quest. I'll be going over a lot of story and lore in these sections concerning the main story. If you have further questions or think I missed something, check out my last video where I go through all of the new lore of the game that I could find. Maybe I'll mention what you're looking for there. We can start out in Antiva. In search of a certain skilled crow assassin nicknamed the Demon of Virantium, who specializes in killing blood mages and Venatori cultists, we make contact with the Antivan crows in the city of Treviso, and are escorted by a crow named Thea to their hideout. While on the way there, we get a look at the city, that is currently under military occupation by the Antam. The military arm of the Qunari have, at this point in the story, broken off from the Qun and have started a full-out war of conquest against the continent of Thedas, conquering much of the northern continent in the last couple of years, since the end of Trespasser in 944 Dragon. As of the start of the game in 952 Dragon, the Antam have been halted at the Tevinter city of Virantium and have not managed to push further west or south, but it keeps much of northern Thedas in its grip, including the nation of Antiva and the city of Treviso. The Antivan Crows, the real power in Antiva, have now taken up the mantle as freedom fighters and aim to free the nation from Antam occupation. This situation with the Antam overall, and specifically the Crows' role in the game's story, is very interesting. I'll get back to this. At the Crow headquarters, a casino called the Cantori Diamond, we are introduced to one of the Talons, a leader of the Crows, Catarina della Morte, her grandson Ilario, and the Crow Viago. Catarina tells Rook that the assassin they are looking for is actually her other grandson, Lucanis della Morte, officially killed in action but actually alive and held captured by the Venatori in an underwater prison known as the Ossuary. Traveling underwater to the ossuary, which, according to the codex entries, fittingly used to be an old temple dedicated to Gillenane, we eventually find our assassin Lucanis, who turns out to be a bit special. Apparently, the Venatori at this location were experimenting with spiritual and demonic possession and abominations. Their leader, a magister by the name of Zara Renata, forced a demon into Lucanis' body and made him the literal demon of Virantium. Normally, demons and spirits are only able to possess mages, and this, more often than not, turns them into abominations. But Lucanis is not a mage, making him a very rare non-mage abomination, which is an interesting addition to the lore. The demon, by the name of Spite, is now a part of Lucanis, and this is the conundrum he as a character has to struggle with throughout the game. Freeing our assassin, Rook and Lucanis destroys a vial of Lucanis' blood so that the Venatori can't control him. Kinda like a phylactery for mages, I guess? And fulfill Lucanis' contract by killing the Venatori in charge before returning to the surface. Back in Treviso, it turns out that the Venatori launched a surprise attack on the Crow headquarters as retaliation, and the leader, Catarina, is presumed dead in the confusion. Lucanis still decides to help Rook, and they head back to the Lighthouse, where Lucanis lays out his problem with Spite, who is not happy being trapped in a mortal's body, and constantly tries to take control of Lucanis' body as well as influence him so that he can escape. This is, by the way, one of the moments when the crappy writing of the game really shows its face. As a reaction to Lucanis saying that if he potentially loses control of Spite in the future, that might mean that Rook has to kill him, the sarcastic option for answering this statement is literally oof. Oof. I swear to the maker, the writers didn't even try here and there. I will get back to the bad writing in a bit, but this is just a taste of what is to come, and it doesn't really get any better. Believe that. Lucanis, although a bit moody and gruff, comes off as a pretty okay character. He's burdened not just by the supposed death of his grandmother, but also by the literal demon that he is sharing a body with. Having such an inmate might affect the mood somewhat, but he is straightforward and pragmatic, a professional through and through. Maybe a bit too flashy with the spectral wings and all that, but details, I guess. Treviso is a cool location. The Italian and Hispanic influences to architecture and culture fits very well with established lore. The amount of zip lines are a bit silly though. It makes traveling around the city feel like the game is a platformer. Another thing that bothered me, and this is a recurring thing when it comes to the overall theme of the game and the writer's relation to previously established canon and lore, is the way that the Antivan crows are portrayed. The game makes them out to be these extravagant freedom fighters, the suppressed underdogs fighting against a violent oppressor, which the Antam very much is, don't get me wrong. And this is very much what the crows would like the populace to see them as, the protectors of the small folk and the force that will free Antiva. But this is very much crow propaganda. The game shies away from the fact that the Antivan crows, in actual lore, is a mafia organization, a ruthless group of organized criminal assassins who control Antiva with an iron fist, keeping the nation's royal house on a short leash as puppets for their own influence. And they ruthlessly eliminate any who stand in their way. They take assassination contracts from influential people across Thedas to finance themselves, and they actively purchase small children as slaves, known as compradi, to induct them into the crows. We know all this, not just from pre-established lore books and codices and such, but from Zevran himself in Origins, because this is literally his backstory.
I was but a boy of 7 when I was purchased, for 3 sovereigns, I'm told, which is a good price, considering I was all ribs and bone and didn't know the pommel of a dagger from the pointy end. The crows buy all their assassins that way. Buy them young, raise them to know nothing else but murder, and if you do poorly in your training, you die. Oh, I don't know about that. The crows who are actually good enough to survive come to enjoy some of the benefits. In Antiva, being a crow gets you respect. It gets you wealth, gets you women, and men, or whatever it is you might fancy. But that does not mean doing what is expected of you always. And it means being expendable. It's a cage, if a gilded cage. Pretty, but confining.
The crows' recruitment tests are so brutal that out of 18 children, Zevran and his then friend Taliesin were the only ones to survive that year's recruitment. They recruit child soldiers for Andraste's sake. No wonder Zevran takes his chance to escape the crows if you let him live in Origins. They are terrible people. And throughout the series, even up to the time of Inquisition, the crows are still chasing after Zevran to kill him as a traitor. The Antivan crows very much were, up until Veilguard, an evil faction in the world of Thedas. None of these practices and behaviors are even so much as hinted at in Veilguard. The crows here are not at all controversial and ruthless, but instead a band of dashing, well-dressed rogues with no ulterior motives and all about family. As Big Dan Gaming correctly states in his video on this subject, many of the unique and interesting aspects of Dragon Age that were quite dark and gritty have, in Veilguard, been sanitized to the point of unrecognizability. The interesting possibility of allying with morally grey individuals or factions in order to stop a common threat, and the amazing narrative potentials and conflicts that could come from that is completely disregarded by the writers of Veilguard in exchange for a setting where every person and faction are the good guys. And this corpo-safe, safe space treatment is not just something done to the Antivan Crows, but is something done to many of the other aspects of Dragon Age lore in the game. One might even say it can be applied to the game overall. I'll get back to more of this in a bit, believe you me, because this is sadly just the beginning. Moving on to our favorite magocracy and nationwide slave market, or lack thereof, actually, you'll see what I mean. The Tevinter Imperium, and its capital Minrathous. More specifically, the district of Docktown. Here, Rook and the native Neve gets to know, throughout a string of quests, members of the Shadow Dragons, the Tevinter faction in the game. After the failed political ventures of Dorian Pavus and Maevaris Talani in the Lucernae, May took the movement underground and remade it into a resistance group, aiming to end slavery in the Imperium and counteract the Venatori and their blood magic, while Dorian still keeps up the facade in the Magisterium. Two other leaders of the group, Tarquin and most importantly, the Viper, are the ones we first make acquaintances with. Throughout a series of quests, we find out that the Venatori group are still alive and well in Tevinter, selling red lyrium artifacts, performing blood magic rituals, and, as it turns out, are actively working with the Evanuris. We also have a little chat with Jowin Glastrom, first warden and leader of the Grey Warden Order. Not wanting to believe the threat of the blighted Evanuris and their potential to unleash the blight, the first warden threatens to arrest us, but is stopped by the appearance of another familiar face. Kinda, because he looks quite different. Dorian Pavus, from the last game. Threatening the first warden with making the events of the last game, mainly the events at Adamant Fortress, where the wardens used blood magic to summon demons, known to the public, the first warden backs down after this interjection. I guess it's fun to see Dorian again, even if he, as I said, appearance-wise, looks a bit different. But as with Morrigan, his presence feels extremely hollow, especially since he mentions the events of Adamant from the last game, a series of events which had several branching story arcs depending on your character's choices. A comment like that would have actually mattered if our choices had carried over from the last game, but now it feels almost insulting when the writers bring it up in this way in Veilguard. Moving on. Neve is the character from the region, and even though I understand what the writers were going for with her as a sort of fantasy version of a noir detective in Minrathous, the archetype and theme doesn't really hit the mark for me. The fact that she uses ice magic is interesting, but she never really explains why this is her specialty, or why she prefers it over other schools of magic. She's apparently from a working class background, but since she is a mage, she and her family should have been elevated to the Leitan class of mages, essentially lower mage nobility. Why is this not explained further? Which circle did she go to? Does she have a previous bad experience with the Altus class of Tevinter and their use of slaves, leading to her sympathizing and aiding the Shadow Dragons? These were all things that you, as a writer, could have explored with her being a mage character from Tevinter, but decided to ignore. Also, as far as I know, we never get to know how she lost her leg, besides from a throwaway comment that the person who made her an amputee paid for it. That's lost potential right there. Neve is a bit of a flat character, and we'll get back to her when we tackle her companion quests. Now, let's talk about the big Tevinter elephant in the room during the course of this game. The practice of slavery in Tevinter. Up until Veilguard, it was common knowledge for anyone invested in the series that the Tevinter Imperium and its mage-ruled society was built on the backs of slaves, and that in Tevinter, as opposed to the south, slavery is very much still a legal and lucrative business. It has been made abundantly clear through dialogue, codex entries, and depictions from the previous games and other Dragon Age media that this is the case. We have even had companions in previous games who have been slaves themselves, or belonged to the aristocracy in question who owned slaves. And despite all of this, slaves and slavery seems to be strangely absent from the world when you visit places within the Tevinter Imperium in this game. There are no slaves in the streets tending to their rich masters or breaking their backs trying to construct or repair buildings, no slave markets or slave quarters within Docktown. It's as if it doesn't exist. The Shadow Dragons constantly go on and on about their goal to end the practice of slavery within the Imperium, but where is it? We only hear about slavery and slave rebellions going on in the background, or through dialogue and codex entries. It's nothing we see firsthand. The only slave we ever see or meet, that I can think of at least, is a bit further into the game when we recruit another companion in Nevarra, and we stumble upon a single injured slave that is meant to be sacrificed by the Venatori, and we save this individual. That's it. And there is no indication that he actually is a slave. He's not clasped in chains or branded or anything. If it was not stated that he is a slave in the dialogue, you would not have known it. Big Dan Gaming, once again, puts it very well in his video on the subject.
If you never played a Dragon Age game before, you wouldn't even know that slavery was a defining characteristic of Tevinter society. Because again, slavery is a distasteful subject, so it's better to just not show it at all and keep your game corpo approved.
And this is a shame, because showing us more of this brutal practice would have given us an incentive to fight back against this injustice that exists in the Imperium. Making slavery visible through the game would also make it, and its setting, fit with previously established lore and history, establishing a clear aesthetic for Tevinter. Show, don't tell. A plot point becomes much more engaging and relevant if you show it, instead of just talking about it. Now, slavery, as a phenomenon, is of course a depressing and disheartening subject to tackle, and there might be some folks out there that would be of the opinion that you don't need to show slavery in the game, because any decent human being already knows that slavery is a bad thing. And to that I say, then why explore controversial subjects in media at all? The thing with cultural media is that you should have the ability to tackle uncomfortable subjects, and especially in an RPG, where you should have the option to play as a good or evil character. In Origins, we have the option to save the elves captured by the Tevinter slavers, but we can also just let them take the elves in exchange for gold and information on Loghain. You can even let the slaver kill the slaves to empower yourself. In Dragon Age 2, you can let Denarius have Fenris back as a slave, or you can kill Denarius. These are engaging and interesting choices from the previous games, and they let you be a good or evil character when it comes to slavery. It is not up to the writers to decide for us what we should or should not do in a game like this. That should be up to us. They provide the canvas and we will do the painting. If you are too afraid as a writer to tackle uncomfortable or morally grey subjects in what is supposed to be a dark fantasy setting because it might make some people uncomfortable or hurt someone's precious feelings, then you should either grow a spine or find another job. What makes all of this even stranger is that in the concept art for the game that was revealed in the game's art book, there are plenty of depictions of slavery in Tevinter society, and several instances of Rook aiding and freeing Tevinter slaves. So there were obviously, at the start of the process, the plan to have slavery be visible in the game, and for it to be more involved in the missions and quests you performed. But obviously, something changed. In regards to the previous versions of the game that were cancelled and what could have been, I'll mention that later as well, because that is a sad thing indeed. We could have had a much better game, but alas, we are stuck with this instead. The general look and feel of Minrathous and Docktown that we see in the game is actually quite good and faithful to what we have seen of Tevinter architecture and style in previous Dragon Age art, comic books, and other forms of media. The mix of draconic and serpent iconography of old Tevinter mixed with statues of Andraste fits really well. There are everyday displays of magic like the neon-like signs, possibly trying to enhance Neve's somewhat misguided noir feel, and if they had just ramped the everyday magic up a bit more, it would have been perfect. Tevinter is known throughout the continent as a nation built by mages for mages. Not bound by the restrictions of the south, Tevinter mages do not shy away from using magic in day-to-day lives. Tevinter members of the Chantry use magic during sermons. Magic duels are not uncommon among the nobility. If some of these aspects, or something in this vein, would have been implemented more, then the aesthetic would have been spot on for Minrathous. Granted, you are mostly in Docktown, where the vast majority of the population are seemingly Soporati, but still. As I mentioned earlier, Minrathous is a bit more rocky and has a lot more hills and cliffs than I imagined, but again, it is the largest city on the continent, so it might be so large that different districts look very different from each other. The Archon's palace and the other buildings floating in the sky above or being suspended by magic is very nice, and is consistent with what we have known previously about the lore of Minrathous. A major gripe I have, though, is that there are very few unique uniforms of clothes for major Tevinter organizations in the game. Sure, we have the different Shadow Dragon outfits and the over-the-top Venatori uniforms, but where are the unique outfits for Tevinter Circle Mages or members of the Imperial Chantry? We meet at least 2 members of the Tevinter Imperial Templar Order, Tarquin, who is secretly a Shadow Dragon, and Neve's contract Rana. Sure, they are supposed to be undercover most of the time, but we never see them in uniform or armor. Their commander, Lenos, has a unique armor. That's it. It's a shame, because the creators of the game could have made a unique impression with how different these characters might have looked in comparison to their southern counterparts. Like Tassia from the Absolution series. She was an Imperial Templar, and her armor looked cool. They could have used something like that.
At least this Chantry looks cool, with its walls of magic light. That's a pretty cool thing. Wait a minute. What is that? That's not... What? That's the wrong symbol. That's the symbol of the Southern Chantry, not the Imperial Chantry of Tevinter. Did they seriously put the wrong symbol on an Imperial chantry in Minrathous? Did the developers even look up the difference between the Orlesian and Imperial chantries? Did they even know that they had different symbols? That is so embarrassing. Now, some of you might be like, hey Absalom, that's not a big deal. The sun is a universal symbol of Andrastianism, right? Not that version of the sun. This would be very important to the faithful of Tevinter. It would be like if you put an Orthodox cross on a Catholic church, under the presumption that they're both Christian denominations, so it doesn't matter that much, right? Also, the Orlesian Chantry have launched several exalted marches against Tevinter in the past to try and forcefully convert its population and clergy, whom they consider to be heretics. Never in a million years would the Imperial Chantry, after 4 bloody holy wars that almost captured Minrathous, display the symbol of a hostile faith on their chantry buildings. This just shows that the developers either didn't know or didn't care enough about the lore to see this as a problem. It's lazy and incredibly inconsistent. You should not underestimate the level of religious fundamentalism that exists in the world of Thedas, at least not when it comes to the 2 major denominations of the Chantry. Speaking of religious fundamentalism, the Anderfels. There is a distinct lack of chantries in all the regions of the Anderfels that you visit throughout the game, which is kinda strange considering the Anders are supposed to be so fervently pious that it puts the Orlesians to shame, which is saying something. But in the first region of the Anderfels we briefly explore, the High Anderfels, as well as the Hossberg wetlands, there are, as far as I can see, no chantries where the faithful could worship. Not even a little shrine or statue of Andraste. Due to story reasons and revelations that will be mentioned later, I can see why the developers would not give the human religion as much space as it previously had in the series. But those revelations aside, they are not common knowledge to the average Thedosian. There would be a presence from the chantry in the human regions of the game, regardless of these revelations, especially in the Anderfels. The monuments that you can get in the Lighthouse, sure, they might count. Then there's the big statue of Andraste in Minrathous and the chantry with a wrong flag. That's it, I believe. And I think that the Maker is only mentioned like a handful of times in the entire game. But I might be wrong on this. Maybe there are more religious examples in the game than I found. If I'm wrong and you found more, please let me know in the comments. The environments of the Anderfels are overall pretty good, especially in the High Anderfels, which makes it even more tragic that we only get to go there to recruit a companion and never get to revisit it. Here we have desolate wastelands and rocky canyons filled with stones, sand, and little in the form of vegetation. The Hossberg wetlands are also decent, displaying aspects of the previously mentioned region, but here we instead have a small village and the surrounding countryside. As the name suggests, it's supposed to not be far from the Ander capital, which is not far from the river Lattenfluss, and so is the village of Lavendel that we visit. It is a bit strange to see swamps and even stranger farms and farmlands in the region. I thought that the climate of the country and the after effects of all the blights made it nearly impossible to grow stuff there. But, okay, whatever. The Grey Warden Order have a very visible presence across all the regions of the Anderfels that we visit in the game, including small towns like Lavendel, which is very consistent with established lore. I started with the environment in this section, so let's move on to the main quest and what we come here to do. When we head back to the lighthouse, we talk to Varric for a bit, and get the revelation that the lyrium dagger we now possess actually used to be the lyrium idol found by him, Bartrand, and Hawk back in Dragon Age 2, and that Solas snatched it from Meredith's crystallized body some years ago, and somehow purified it so it now resembles its original form. Interesting, to say the least. That explains all the early Dreadwolf promotional material with Solas and the idol in it. Guess this had been cooking for a long time, huh? Since the first warden didn't want our help earlier, we decided to look elsewhere, as Harding claims to have 2 friends among the wardens who are willing to help. And so, Rook and her travel to the High Anderfels, where you meet up with the wardens Evka and Antoine, known from various short stories, comic books, and so forth. They point us in the direction of our next companion, which we soon meet. Davrin, an elf grey warden with a Dalish background, and his young griffin named Asan. Up until the release of the book The Last Flight in 2014, the griffins of Thedas had been extinct since the end of the Fourth Blight 400 years ago. But as is revealed in this book, a small clutch of 13 griffin eggs had survived and had been put in suspended animation by the warden Isaiah. Isaiah had tried, during her time, to create a joining ritual specifically for griffins to aid them in fighting the Darkspawn, but this had instead led to the griffins becoming overtly aggressive, and they had been forced to put them down. She had managed to leave this clutch of eggs uncorrupted and secretly hidden away, where they were later found by the warden recruit Valia 400 years later in 942 Dragon. Valia brought the newly hatched griffins back to the wardens, and in Veilguard time, the wardens have established a secret base and eyrie in the High Anderfels to train and slowly reintegrate the griffins back into the Grey Wardens. This place is where we head back to with Davrin. Sadly, we find out that Davrin's comrades in the Wardens have been slain by Darkspawn, and that ultimately the remaining young griffins have been kidnapped by a strange talking monster known as the Gloom Howler. Hellbent on finding Asan's siblings and hunt down the Gloom Howler, Davrin joins our quest as we promise to aid him in this. Davrin is actually one of the companions that I like the most in this game. Might have been because my character was also Dalish, but his background is a decent one. Growing up in a sheltered environment among his Dalish clan and craving excitement, he left his clan to first become a monster hunter and later joined the Grey Wardens. He also has a very tender relationship with the Griffin Asan. A bit stern and overprotective at first, but later giving in to Asan's individualistic quirks and balancing it out. Rook can also somewhat affect how Davrin raises Asan and what type of relationship they both share. The concept of Turlum, the special bond that exists between Griffin and its warden comrade, is a fitting addition to the lore. Davrin's combat abilities are tied to Asan, but that's sadly all you see of him in the field. At the Lighthouse, you can go and pet him, and he is present in many cutscenes, but he is never seen walking next to Davrin, for example, out in the wilds, or something like that, which is a real shame and a lost potential. In Origins, you could bring your Mabari hound with you as a companion out into the field. Why could they not have done something like that? Maybe have Asan be attached to Davrin as you go on missions. Speaking of lost potential, not having mounts in this game, and especially not allowing us as Rook, or at least Davrin, to be able to ride Asan is a damn shame. Also, isn't Asan and the other griffins very tiny creatures for being 10 years old? You would get the impression from this game that they were only a few years old, but no, they hatched back in 942 Dragon, when Valia found them, and the magic suspended animation broke. They are all supposed to be 10 years old, at least. Did the developers forget this? Did they think this through? Did they just want a cute little pet character? These griffins should logically be old and big enough to be able to ride, unless they grow up really slowly for some dumb reason. I mean, there were plans to implement griffins as mounts in early versions of the game, if you go with the revealed art from the game's artbook, but that in itself, as I mentioned earlier, is a frustrating topic we will save for the end. After we recruit Davrin, and just as we are getting back to our little nexus point in the crossroads, we are met by the rest of the companions, that are a bit panicked. The gods have made their move and have sent out 2 blighted dragons to wreak havoc. One has been sent towards Treviso, and the other to Minrathous. The player, as Rook, now has to make the decision of which city to defend, and which to leave virtually defenseless against the dragon. The 2 companions from the respective cities, Lucanis and Neve, will make their case for why their home is more worth saving than the other. Treviso is a merchant city with virtually no defenses, putting many civilians at risk of dying and the waterways and canals potentially becoming corrupted by darkspawn taint. On the other hand, Minrathous is suffering from the constant threat of Venatori insurrection, and should a violent calamity like a dragon attack befall the city, the Venatori will surely use their underground and political assets to attempt a coup against the sitting Archon and the Magisterium, potentially handing the entire Tevinter Imperium to the Evanuris on a silver platter. We are also putting the respective allied faction in that nation at risk of suffering casualties as a result of the choice. Regardless of which city we choose to save, the associated companion from the city that was not chosen will go to their respective city anyway to help in whatever way they can, as well as the other companions that won't follow us to the city we have chosen. So the developers get some credit for thinking this through, regarding what a group of this size would reasonably do. The city you choose to save will be spared larger casualties and will not be blighted by darkspawn taint, while the abandoned city will suffer from darkspawn corruption and taint, while many civilians die. The faction associated with the city, either the Shadow Dragons or the Antivan Crows, will suffer severe casualties as well, as they are unable to effectively defend the city on their own. And in the Shadow Dragon's case, the Viper/Asher actually gets wounded himself. The abandoned faction will lose a merchant previously available to you, and it will be a lot harder going forward to gain more influence with the abandoned faction. Either Lucanis or Neve will become hardened as a result of this choice, resulting in some unique dialogue later in the game, and they will not be able to be romanced anymore. They will also stop using healing abilities in combat and become more aggressive combat-wise. Regardless of which city you choose to save, you will have your first encounter with one of the awakened elven gods, Gillenane. Fully corrupted by the blight, she demands the dagger from us and sicks her dragon on us when we refuse. After a fierce battle, Gillenane calls off the dragon and retreats from the city. As far as introductions goes, it's a decent one for one of the main antagonists. Her disgusting appearance is at odds with the loving and caring mother of the Hala that we have learned about in previous iterations of Dragon Age. And as will be revealed later, she definitely was like that a long time ago. But then, she was promised power, and a chance to experiment with the Blight. Don't get me wrong, I'm still miffed about Solas not being the one attacking these cities, not being the main villain and all that, but as far as villains go, there are definitely worse out there than Gillenane. So all in all, a good and impactful choice with long-ranging consequences. Good job, Veilguard. That is, however, all the praise that this game will get in this regard, because this is basically the only major choice in the game that matters, or that has lasting consequences later in the game's story. As I will show you, besides from whether to save Treviso or Minrathous, most other quote-unquote choices in the game are completely superficial and don't lead anywhere. Which is such a colossal disappointment considering what BioWare used to produce when it came to stuff like this. Impactful choices with several branching pathways and consequences, and the player agency that came from making those choices. That's what made BioWare great in their previous RPGs. I will show you what I mean with the other choices in the rest of the game, so you don't think I'm just BSing. I can also warmly recommend Big Dan Gaming's video on the subject. For now, let's move on. Following the attack on the cities, we have a little chat with both Solas and the team about the dangers that we now face.
and it is decided that it would be best to recruit some more members into the Veilguard. Someone who is a Fade expert, as well as someone who is a professional dragon hunter. Bellara finds a lead on the former, and Harding the latter. So we now explore the last two regions of the game, and make acquaintances with Professor Emmrich Volkarin and Taash the dragon hunter. In search of our Fade expert, we travel to the Grand Necropolis in Nevarra to meet Emmrich Volkarin, professor, necromancer, and a member of the Mournwatch division of the Mortalitasi, the Nevarran Death Mages. After helping him to cleanse an outbreak of rogue undead and despair demons let loose by infiltrating Ventori, he joins the Veilguard to prevent the Evanuris from causing more turmoil in the Fade. With him also follows his assistant, an animated skeletal servant by the name of Manfred. We are also introduced to the rest of the Mournwatch, as well as their representatives Myrna and Vorgoth. Now, necromancy is quite the taboo subject in the rest of Thedas. Outside of Nevarra, at least. Many distrust the practices of the Nevarran Mortalitasi and their mummification rituals, as well as their practice of necromancy. Little of this mistrust is seen in-game, however, and while Emmrich himself and the other representatives do a good job at relaying the different viewpoints and philosophical nuances from the Mortalitasi and the Nevarrans' point of view, there is a very interesting narrative conflict here that could have been utilized but wasn't to a greater extent. Emmerich's own jovial manner and Manfred being a silly little skeleton dude kind of offsets the fact that this is death magic we are talking about, raising corpses from the grave and speaking to the spirits of the deceased. It's treated as a bit of a joke, a silly little thing. There are a few examples of, not conflicts, but instances where other companions find necromancy a bit spooky, but other than that they don't bat an eye. If maybe some other companion were strictly against necromancy, or if the subject were treated with a bit more seriousness, this could have been a much more interesting plot point than it turned out to be. The Grand Necropolis looks really cool, and the aesthetic for the Mournwatch with the sickly green lights and all really fits their look. The Necropolis apparently does this thing, however, where it magically moves the different tombs and rooms around, sometimes, by itself, so they might be in different places from time to time. You know, like the stairs from Hogwarts. That sounds very inconvenient and a bit silly. Is it like a Mournwatch defense mechanism for the place? Is it just there to make the place a bit more special? Because I already thought it was. Whatever. It's a shame that we don't get to see the surface of Nevarra City and what the Grand Necropolis looks like up there, because throughout the game, every time we visit this place, it's always the section that are underground. This would have been cool partly because Nevarra is a country we have never visited in a Dragon Age game previously, and while the Mortalitasi are an important part of Nevarran culture, it is far from all of it, so a bit more sightseeing would have been nice. It would also settle once and for all if the area of the Grand Necropolis is situated inside Nevarra City or outside of it, because the sources vary in regards to that. The Mournwatch is also just a division of the greater organization that is the Mortalitasi, tasked with specifically protecting the Grand Necropolis. Seeing the rest of the Order would have been interesting, like some members mummifying corpses or some guides of the path shepherding spirits. Also, many of the famous Nevarran kings of old, like Caspar the Magnificent and the like, are interred within the Grand Necropolis, with their own mansions and palaces and the like. Not having some quests or missions revolving around that is a huge missed opportunity. Emmrich as a character is okay. Although he acts a bit silly and over the top sometimes, he is quite the charming fellow. He comes off as smart, tactful, and intelligent. He is everything Bellara isn't. Maybe Bellara should have been a little bit more like him, honestly. His opinions about necromancy, talking to the dead, spirits, magic, and even death itself, is often interesting and sometimes actually very thoughtful to listen to. He also sort of reveals in a scene that the ruling king of Nevarra is an undead, and has been for quite some time.
Have you used corpse whispering on King Marcus?
Whatever are you talking about?
Oh, come on.
His Majesty's health is a delicate subject. Besides, the palace necromancers aren't watchers. They've their own corpse whisperer.
Ah, so King Marcus is dead. Or undead.
Half the nobility must suspect by now. Can you imagine what the other kingdoms would think? I stay well clear of it.
Which I thought was a bit funny. I guess that's how King Marcus managed to live for so long. After recruiting Emmrich, we are off to Rivain to make contact with our dragon hunter and next companion, Taash. A member of the Lords of Fortune, a guild of treasure hunters led by our old pal Isabella, she plans to lure a local dragon from its lair so her colleagues from the guild can loot its lair. This she will do by putting sleeping draught in a bait for the dragon to eat. Very considerate by her and the Lords of Fortune. Almost a bit too considerate coming from a supposed dragon hunter. But respect the beast and all that, I guess. We run into a bit of trouble, however, as Antam poachers try to steal away the dragon while it sleeps, leading to a confrontation with them. Here, it's revealed that Taash is able to breathe fire, a special ability that vexed me for quite some time before its purpose was revealed later in the game. After we save the dragon, we rendezvous at the base of the Lords of Fortune, where we meet Isabella and Taash's mother, Shathan. Shathan even shows us an interesting old stone tablet she has been studying, that probably can be traced back to the very first attempts at colonization by the Kossith on Thedas back in -410 Ancient. After this, Taash, although a bit reluctant, decides to join the Veilguard. Let's talk a bit more about Taash herself, her mom and the tablet. First and foremost, Taash is by far my least favorite companion in this game. In fact, I would go so far as to call her my least favorite character in the entire game, or any game I've played recently, to be honest. She's rude, arrogant, self-entitled, and acts like an angry, spoiled brat most of the time you talk to her. Her area of expertise, knowledge about dragons and how to hunt them down, as well as her prowess in battle, is easily overshadowed by her unlikable personality. You know what would have been a cool concept for a companion who is a dragon hunter? A Nevarran dragon hunter. You know, the one thing Nevarrans are world famous for being good at, besides mummifying their dead and using necromancy. But I digress a bit. Now, I hear some of you cry, Absalom, don't be too hard on her. There's an explanation for why she behaves like this revealed later in the game, and this is a central part of her narrative. I am well aware of that explanation, which we will get into in the companion section. But I can tell you right now, that is not an excuse for creating a character as bad as this one. You can create rude or unlikable characters, at least if they come off as that in the beginning, but they need to have some sort of redeeming quality, or an ability that makes it believable that your character would take this person along for the ride anyway, despite her bad behavior, and not just kick her to the curb. A certain Subject Zero from the Mass Effect series springs to mind as a good example, her being a super powerful biotic and all that. In Veilguard, you can't even disagree or be rude or mean to Taash in return for her shitty behavior, or any other character for that matter. You are just forced to accept her and all the rest of them as the respectful goody two-shoes you are forced to be. More on that later as well. And this is all a shame, because her mother is lovely. Shathan fled the Qun so she could raise her own child instead of the Tamasran doing it for her. She still follows the teachings of the Qun, however. Although this might come off as a bit counterproductive, it actually adds a bit of nuance to her character that would have been interesting to explore. A sort of less radical teaching of the Qun. The stone tablet in her possession is also a fascinating addition to the lore, far more interesting than anything that has to do with Taash's own quest line, if I'm honest. The parts of Rivain that we visit looks quite pleasant and tracks with how it has been described in lore previously. Tropical coastal regions with a warm and nice climate. The other region is the Hall of Valor, the Lord of Fortune's home base. There is also an arena in this place where you can fight certain enemies. Fun for a bit, but gets kinda tedious after a while. Rivain is pretty in this game, but once you get past that you start to wonder, is this it? Where are the coastal towns and cities with merchant ships? The Rivaini matriarchal communities led by wise women and seers? Seers and the Rivaini's special acceptance of magic could have had a significant role here. We also don't see Kont Ar, what used to be one of the few remaining Qunari enclaves on the mainland continent. Since there are so many prominent Qunari characters in the Lords of Fortune, why not include more Qunari in the parts of Rivain that we can see? Not even bananas growing here and there. That is something Rivain is famous for. Bananas. The aspect of Rivainian culture that are in the game are very superficial, like jewelry or a food dish here and there. And that's a bit disappointing. There was also a missed opportunity to not have the Lords of Fortune headquarters be located on the pirate island of Lomerin, where the Felicissima Armada also operate. You know, the faction that Isabella is also associated with. She must work part-time for both them and the Lords of Fortune. The Lords are also, as I mentioned, quite considerate. These treasure hunters, thieves, and explorers, almost a bit too considerate. They apparently employ, get this, consultants who appraise certain artifacts and treasures that they can get their hands on and ascertain whether they have a particular worth to certain ethnic groups or factions. The Lords will even return especially important artifacts to certain groups if they are of enough value and cultural significance. So, they are in fact very culturally sensitive and thoughtful raiders and thieves. A thieves guild that barely steals. A bunch of really lame pirates. Right. How boring. Shame. Rivain didn't really get the love it deserved in this game. I mean, the name of the capital city is spelled wrong in several codex entries pertaining to Rivain. And that is not a one-off, by the way. There are misspellings in several of the codex entries in this game. You get the impression that this was done quite sloppily and was rushed together. Right, I'm done with Rivain now, so let's move on. Veilguard features the return of the dialogue wheel, like the two previous games, with the three most normal responses being nice, sarcastic, or stoic, with variations here and there depending on the scene or discussion. Now, the dialogue wheel has actually grown on me for the past couple of years in this game series. The problem that I have with the dialogue choices in this game is what they don't let you do, rather than what they let you do. Like I mentioned earlier in regards to both Taash and Blood Magic, you are not really able to play as an evil or otherwise disagreeable character in this game. All the dialogue variations can be summed up as three different flavors of the same behavior. Nice, sarcastic nice, and gruff nice. The game railroads your character's behavior hard, so that you can never come off as disagreeable or mean to any of the main NPCs, factions, or companions. You are basically unable to upset anyone, and you only offer nice and comforting support to your companions. Which begs the question of why this is an RPG in the first place at all. Why did the developers let us have the option to choose our own dialogue when it barely even affects or changes anything in the game? The writing is also a mess. From the actually thought out and in-depth dialogue, banter, and conversations of the last couple of games to cringy, modern, Marvel movie type dialogue in this game.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
It's like none of the characters take anything seriously. It's overtly peppy, quirky, and lighthearted, with no darker aspects to balance it out. It not only comes off as irritatingly over the top, but also bashes you over the head with a double dose of cognitive dissonance. The writing is extremely childish, and about as deep as a puddle on most occasions. And I'm not even kidding on that part. Most of the quote-unquote conflicts between companions in-game could easily be compared to two kids arguing over which toy is the coolest, and then the parent, Rook, having to come in and establish common ground before the toddlers start fighting with each other.
Harding, does it really matter if Emmrich brings 8 books?
9, actually.
And Emmrich? So what if Harding is fine sleeping on dirt?
Not all the time.
It's either that or incredibly inane things like not liking coffee and stuff like that.
This smells amazing. Does all coffee smell like this? Or just the stuff you make?
Coffee has a distinct aroma, if that's what you're asking.
Sorry. It was really rare where I grew up. And expensive.
I don't need coffee to get going. Adrenaline's enough.
Speak for yourself.
So, Harding, what do you think?
It's... delicious.
She hates it.
No, I don't hate it. It's really nice. Temperature.
I won't be upset if you don't like coffee.
He really wouldn't.
I know, but... sorry. It's just this thing I do sometimes.
Acting so people will like you?
It sounds terrible when you say it like that. I know I don't need to do it. I just do.
Yeah, but you shouldn't. Be yourself.
Guess I can't help it.
You must have been pretty tiny as a child.
Where'd that come from?
A tiny dwarven girl in a land of large human farmers.
Oh, yeah. I probably learned pretty quick that things worked out better if people liked me. If they agreed with me, or I agreed with them.
Some people like cream or sugar in their coffee.
Maybe coffee just isn't my thing.
BioWare obviously wanted to create some conflict between characters, like that upcoming scene between Davrin and Lucanis that we will get to. But that is also the lamest attempt at a conflict I have ever seen, and 2 seconds later, they are over it. Instead of conflicts, we get these irritating scenes about pointless nonsense instead. It's like the writers obsessed about how to not upset fictional characters. Handling morally grey or dark concepts is also not on the menu. Most of the time it's all sunshine and rainbows being cheery and happy. Completely inoffensive and boring. In previous BioWare games, there used to be a nice balance between dark and gritty and the light-hearted fun parts. That's what made those games so good and lovable. But Veilguard is tied almost entirely to the happy-go-lucky side, while having basically nothing of the dark and gritty part. Ralph, from Skill Up, puts it best in his review on the game.
The writing is frankly terminal. It lacks any nuance or wit or wisdom. It cannot communicate ideas except to say them aloud to the camera. It manufactures petty, unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared to ever be truly confronting or dark for fear that it might make the audience uncomfortable. Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a semi-final, or teaching toddlers how to properly share toys.
Now we'll get into the big stuff, all the new important lore revealed in Veilguard, and how that will affect the setting overall. Now that the entire gang has been recruited, we meet up with Morrigan at the Cobbled Swan Inn in Minrathous. She has also brought along your old Inquisitor, which of course is nice to see, but it does at the same time kinda remind you of everything in the last game that weren't brought into this game. I, by the way, made my Inquisitor a lot shorter than he actually was by mistake, which bugged me throughout the rest of the game. Looking back on it, I was probably already sick of the game and the character creation, and I wanted to get parts of it over and done with. Additionally, you receive a wolf statuette, said to have some sort of connection to Solas' past. These statuettes can be found after completing missions in the Crossroads. Some of these missions are even experienced as you relive moments of Solas' rebellion against the Evanuris, which is kinda cool. The statuettes, when placed at pedestals in the lighthouse, will reveal a mural and tell a part of the lost history of Thedas and the history of the ancient elves, along with something that Solas regrets. After each little narration, the entire Veilguard weighs in with ideas and thoughts. These are known as Solas regrets, and they are central to understand how much the story and the lore changes in Veilguard. As we talk with Morrigan and our Inquisitor, we are also informed that things are not just kicking off here in the north, but the Evanuris also threaten the south of Thedas as well. And the Inquisitor is there to defend it while we do our thing in the north. With or without the Inquisition that you did or did not disband in the last game, I assume. Now, of course, I expect a conflict of this magnitude to affect not just one part of the continent, but the entirety of it. But as you will find out, it's not really the concept so much as the execution that I have a problem with. The Battle of the South will have its own segment later in the video because of all the horrible nonsense that it will unleash. Already you can tell I'm not happy with it, but you will see. You have no idea how mad I am at that shit. But for now, Solas' regrets. Am I shamelessly going to steal from my own last video? Absolutely, for convenience's sake. This is what is revealed. What Solas have previously stated about the origins of the elves in the previous game, we can now clearly confirm to be true. The first elves were actually spirits, that in ancient times inhabited a world where the Fade and the physical world were one and the same. These spirits crafted physical bodies for themselves out of lyrium, and were the individuals we know today as the Evanuris. The lyrium bodies allowed the first elves to retain the immense magical power that they had possessed as spirits in their new physical forms. Their new bodies also enabled them to, I presume, procreate, and as such, the elven race as a whole quickly came to be. Yeah, I know, sounds a bit strange. Don't worry, I'll get into it. Seemingly last to create a body, among the Evanuris at least, was Solas himself, who had his reservations about manifesting into a physical body. Lyrium was the blood of the mighty titans of the earth, and each time a spirit created a new body for itself, the earth shook and the titans were hurt as the lyrium was extracted from their bodies. Solas feared the wrath of the titans, but was also reluctant to give up his ethereal form. He only did so eventually because of his dear friend Mythal, who begged him to become corporeal, so that his wisdom would not be lost to the new race of elves. Solas' fears would be realized down the line, however, as the Titans rose up in anger against the young race of elves. The first war in history came to pass between the elves and the Titans. Now, a couple of things here. Elves originally being spirits is a cool concept, which not only gives them an ethnogenesis, but also explains their affinity for magic and the like. At least if you go by the old Origins racial benefit of them getting +2 to both magic and willpower simply for being elves. What I find a bit confusing, and also maybe somewhat inconsistent, is that it is a bit unclear whether all ancient elves created lyrium bodies for themselves and how many they were, or if it was just the soon-to-be Evanuris, known as the Firstborn. Did the spirits turn into elves via lyrium, started procreating, then the Evanuris showed up and stood out because they happened to be more powerful mages because of their previous powerful spirit forms, or were the Proto-Evanuris the first elves ever to exist and create bodies of their own with lyrium, making them the so-called Firstborn? And if so, was there some Greek mythology, Adam and Eve type shenanigans going on following this? Did the Firstborn create the rest of the elven race by making babies with each other? Because they now had physical bodies that could do that? After this mural is revealed, Emmrich points out that this memory only shows that the first elves originated as spirits, and that modern elves are not spirit beings. Okay, that makes sense. Quite straightforward. But then, in the very next sentence, he also excitedly says that
the knowledge that an entire people were formed from a mass manifestation could change our entire understanding of magic.
Which doesn't add up in my ears. Only the first elves were originally spirits, right? But then, an entire people were formed from a mass manifestation. How many were the ancient elves that originated from spirits? Was it just the Proto-Evanuris? Was it them plus a whole bunch of other soon-to-be elves? Which one is it? Why is this so vague? I get that it's ancient knowledge and much might have been lost to history, but these sections are supposed to be revelatory and explain stuff so that we can understand previously unknown things about the lore. This part just makes me more confused. Maybe I'm understanding it wrong. If any of you can make sense of this and explain it to me, hit up the comments and let me know. The new addition that the spirits formed their new bodies out of lyrium, of all things, is also quite interesting. Lyrium is, as we all know at this point, the blood of the Titans, and are imbued with a bunch of unique magical and supernatural abilities. But the circumstances around lyrium, its properties and its effect on creatures, have been changed, modified, and in some cases I feel outright forgotten about and ignored in Veilguard compared to the previous games. Just for the sake of having a pretty straightforward and simple cool magical rock, if you get what I'm driving at. The spirits who created bodies with lyrium were probably able to do so just because they were spirits and resistant to the toxic effects that would otherwise have affected a creature interacting with the mineral. It would also enhance and mesh well with the spirit's magical powers, since lyrium contains the essence of magic. So that checks out. Nice work. But then we have items of what seems to be pure, unrefined lyrium, being used here and there without people becoming crazy, dying of internal hemorrhaging, losing their memory, etc., etc. I'll get more into this when we get to Solas and his little blue sidearm. The Titans themselves were, as we know, the primeval natives of Thedas, living underneath the ground but apparently also roaming above ground as well in the ancient times. The ancestors of the dwarves were the children of the Titans, and they took care of their elders. The Titans and the dwarves were connected through something known as Isatunal, a hymn sung by the ancient Titans, that acted as a constant statement of existence. Roughly translated, the term means I or we are here. The Isatunal possibly worked as some kind of hive mind to the dwarves, similar to that of ants or bees, where it gave them a purpose and made them understand their role in the grand scheme of things. The Isatunal and the special properties of the dwarf hive mind and the connection to the Titans is central to Harding's companion quest, as well as her emerging magical powers in the game.
We'll dive more into this later in this section and her own companion section. At the start of the war with the Titans, Elganon, Mythal, Solas, and the rest of the Evanuris took command of the Elven race as leaders and generals, swearing to relinquish this power once the threat of the Titans had been dealt with. The war was hard fought, with Mythal reportedly bringing down at least one of the Titans during the fighting. But the Titans were relentless, and the elves were soon on the back foot. It was then that Mythal conceived of a plan to finally put an end to the conflict, a plan that would have devastating consequences for the rest of the world. At the request of Mythal, Solas reluctantly crafted a weapon that would be able to devastate every living Titan on the face of Thedas, a magical dagger made out of pure lyrium. With the proper ritual, the weapon could be used to sunder every single Titan in existence from its respective spirit, essentially making the Titans as a race tranquil and completely cut off from the Fade. And here we get to the lyrium dagger. Now, I can say this with absolute certainty, that just the concept of a weapon made out of pure lyrium is really badass. I mean, we have seen it before with Meredith's red lyrium sword, but that blade also drove her batshit insane. And she also wasn't a mage, important to point out. The lyrium dagger seems to be made out of pure, unrefined lyrium, which is the most dangerous form of lyrium, and normally impossible for anyone other than a dwarf or for Mari Tranquil Mage to wield or use. Unrefined lyrium will cause severe damage to normal humanoids, like causing madness, nausea, memory loss, deafness, etc. For mages, coming close to raw lyrium might result in internal hemorrhaging and death. The only way to refine lyrium is to turn it into liquid or powder, where it can be used safely, for example used in smithing and such. And even then, it's still extremely addictive if you use it in potion form or inject it like the Templars do. But yes, it can be worked into weapons and armor to make them more durable or sharper, or in the Formari's case, giving the items in question magical powers. But Solas, and Rook as well, since we as the player use the blade later, is clearly using this unrefined lyrium dagger without any visible side effects. Solas is even a mage. Should he even be able to be near this thing? Does he get a pass because he's so powerful, or because he used to be a spirit? If so, why is it not explained in-game? Also, wouldn't a lyrium dagger simply empower the Titans instead of harming them, regardless of any ritual it might be involved in? Would the Titans not be immune to magic because lyrium is basically a part of their being? I just think it's all a bit strange. Solas warned that if the dreams of the Titans were severed, they would surely be driven mad by anger and pain, and transform into something hitherto unseen within the Fade. Recognizing this, Mythal still persisted that this was the only way that the war could be ended, and a safe future for the elven people could be secured. And such, Solas eventually carried out this ritual, and used the dagger to sever the Titans' bodies from their minds. Some Titans died on the spot, while others simply fell into a deep slumber beneath the earth and became forgotten. The dwarves were also affected by this event, as the Isatunal could no longer be heard as clearly as before. The hymn was forgotten, and the dwarves were largely left without purpose and souls, becoming less collectivistic and more individualistic as time went on. They still retained their stone sense, which allowed them to navigate skillfully underground and hearing the Song of Lyrium, but not at all to the same extent as when they had been connected to the Titans. So if the Titans were basically turned into Tranquils, how are the ones who are still around still able to project the Isatunal so that, for example, Volta and Harding can hear it in modern times? Are they doing it through the innate magic of the lyrium in their veins, or what? Because if they got completely cut off from the Fade, they should not be able to use this type of magic, right? They should not be able to project this type of magic to anyone else either. Have they managed to somehow dampen or heal their tranquility after all these years lost underground? We know that the Rite of Tranquility can be somewhat reversed from the book Dragon Age Asunder, but that requires a spirit of the Fade actively possessing and touching the mind of a Tranquil. No such thing has occurred to the Titans in modern time that managed to survive the war with the Elves. Solas' fears would, once again, be realized as the confused, wounded, and wrathful severed dreams of the Titans started to warp and mutate within the Fade into something terrible. A disembodied blight of pain and anger. This seems to be the actual origins of the Blight, its taint, and, in extension, the Darkspawn. To make sure that this blight would never spread and threaten the world as a whole, the two companions created a prison for the blight within the Fade, and placed powerful magical wards upon it. This prison is most likely the structure most associated with the Blight today, namely, the Black City within the Fade. And there we have it, one of the big reveals of the game, the true origins of the Blight and the Darkspawn. The Darkspawn taint wasn't created as a punishment from the Maker when the Magisters entered the Golden City, which we kinda already knew from the last game and what Corypheus told us about the Blight already being there when he got into the city. But now we know exactly what supposedly happened. As far as origin stories goes, it's not bad. It's okay. The tortured dreams and spirits of the Titans twisted into the taint of the Blight. But at the same time, the Darkspawn taint and the Blight loses a bit of its mystique with this. The mystique would have been retained a bit more if they would have gone with the Void or Abyss route, and the idea worshipped by the Empty Ones. If you don't know what any of that is, I'll explain in a second. If you want more info on the Golden Age of Arlathan and the tyranny of the Evanuris, feel free to watch my previous videos, because I don't want to repeat myself too much in this one, but suffice it to say, Solas and Mythal did not manage to steer the Evanuris in the right direction. They turned into slave-owning tyrants, fought against one another and others like the Forgotten Ones and the Executors, and finally, when Solas and Felasan had enough and instigated a rebellion to take them down, the Evanuris started to get really interested in the Blight sealed away in the Fade. If the ancient stories of the elves are to be believed, Andruil was the first of the Evanuris to come into contact with the taint of the Blight, and its horrendous power. The legend about her donning an armor of the Abyss and being driven mad before Mythal stopped her might be a first example of the taint affecting a creature. This might also have been the moment when the rest of the Evanuris started to take an interest in the Blight as a weapon to be wielded. They broke the wards of the prison and became blighted themselves. The conflict reached its ultimate conclusion when Solas, after the rest of the Evanuris murdered Mythal, decided to do something drastic and finally managed to banish the Evanuris to the Fade, and separate it and the material world by creating the Veil, binding the lives of the Evanuris to the Veil in order to sustain it. This would also result in the decline of the Elven race, as they were now cut off from the Fade. Their immortality withered away, along with their culture, technology, and history. Solas would, as we now know, fall into a deep slumber after this titanic endeavor. The prison where the Evanuris were sealed is also revealed to us, and its location is quite revelatory to us, changing quite a bit of what we previously thought we knew. The Blight, as well as the Evanuris, was sealed away within the Black City in the Fade. The city itself seems to be some sort of ancient elven structure, maybe even a palace. This seems to disprove much of the established Andrastian doctrine and the Chantry's version of what the Black City and the Fade is. If the Golden City was actually a palace built by the ancient elves, and acted as a prison for the Blight and the Evanuris, then the Maker did not build the Golden City at all. And the Maker did not separate the world from the Fade either. That was Solas's doing.
Now, let's unpack a few things here. First, the origins of the taint or blight. See, in Veilguard they start to use blight as synonymous with the Darkspawn taint, and even though I get what they are saying, it sounds wrong and flipped on its head in so many situations. But anyway, what I was talking about earlier regarding the Void and the Abyss. Before Veilguard, fans theorized that the origins of the Darkspawn taint originated within something known as the Void or the Abyss. This is a place of nothingness and darkness that is present not only in Andrastianism, but also in the religion of the Elves, believed to be the home of the Forgotten Ones. Andruil, becoming corrupted by the armor of the Abyss, was speculated by many as her getting corrupted by the Darkspawn taint. We also have the Cult of the Empty Ones, a group of religious fanatics that existed in the time after the death of Andraste. Believing that the taint originated from the Void, the Empty Ones saw the Blight and the Darkspawn as the Maker's righteous punishment upon the world, and believed its destruction was something to strive towards and celebrate. This is an extremely fascinating route for the Darkspawn taint, and I think it's kinda sad that the writers didn't go with this route instead of the corrupted Titan Dreams route. Now, as I said, the Titan one is not bad, but it lacks the mystique of the Void one. Having the taint originate from the Void would have explained some of its origins, but still leaves some things open for interpretation or theorizing, like how it managed to seep into the Fade or the Golden City. Where exactly is the Void located, and how did Andruil end up there in the first place? It moves the lore and story forward, but still retains the mystique. After the mural where Solas seals the Avenuris in the Fade and creates the Veil, Harding, Lucanis, and the others point out the inconsistencies in the Chant of Light's version of the creation of the Fade and the Golden City, and what has just been revealed to them, wondering if they have just disproven the entire Andrastian faith. Which the game basically have, with a few inconsistent exceptions which I will get into. But yeah, that's probably what the game was going for. The Maker didn't create the Veil or the Golden City. Solas created the Veil that separates the world from the Fade, and the Golden City seems to be some sort of ancient elven palace that acts as the prison for the Blight and the Avenuris. It's still not 100% clear what the palace is, but the fact that it's made by the elves is undisputable at this point. Now, there have been foreshadowing throughout the Dragon Age series that not everything that the Chant of Light teaches is true, and that there are inconsistencies in what the faith teaches. Revealing some of that I actually consider to be inevitable and good for the lore, and necessary for the story to grow. But once again, it's the way that you do it that matters. And in this case, like I mentioned earlier, the lore and story moves forward, but a lot of the mystique around the Chantry and the Chant of Light disappears as a result, which makes this feel somewhat lackluster. So I can definitely see the two sides of this coin. The inconsistencies I mentioned in regards to Andrastianism being entirely disproven is simply the Urn of Sacred Ashes quest from Dragon Age Origins. Considered a myth and fairy tale throughout most of the game, you actually find out that the urn itself, along with the Temple of Sacred Ashes and all the defenses inside the gauntlet, are very much real. The Guardian, one of the original members of the cult established to protect the site, has been alive for hundreds of years protecting the urn and waiting until the Tevinter Imperium has fallen for good. He might be some sort of spirit of faith or buffed up by all the lyrium to live this long, but it's still a mystery. There is something special about him. The ashes themselves are literally able to cure a man on death's door with just a pinch of them sprinkled on his body. Obviously, there was something special about Andraste, and what is left of her body. Something supernatural about her and the entire temple built around her ashes. Sure, it might just be normal spirits and lyrium shenanigans like Morrigan and Ogren points out, but the potential for mystery and the chance of it being something more, something religiously spiritual and supernatural, is still very much there. The last mural is a scene we remember from the end of Inquisition, where Solas meets Flemeth and kills her so that he can steal her powers. All murals and memories depict something that Solas regrets, and as I have stated earlier, the moments with Solas is genuinely some of the better moments in this game. His regrets and the lore reveals are some of these better moments. Now, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit in regards to lore reveals, because it is relevant to what we have been talking about here. That is, the real history of ancient Elvenon, Solas, and the Evanuris, etc. Before the coming main quest mission, Solas reveals to Rook something very important about the old gods, the archdemons and the Evanuris. Each primary member of the Pantheon, except for Solas and Mythal, had in the time of ancient Elvenon bound to themselves a personal high dragon for protection and personal use. Into these dragon thralls, each member of the Evanuris also bound their own life force and spirit, resulting in the Evanuris becoming virtually unkillable as long as their pet dragons were alive. After Solas imprisoned their masters in the Fade, the dragon thralls remained on the material plane, slumbering within subterranean caverns. But these dragons were still connected to their masters and acted as a conduit for the Evanuris, through which they spoke to dreaming minds, as Solas reveals. This is how the ancient Tevinter people were influenced into creating the old gods, whom they worshipped. The old gods never existed as a separate pantheon of deities, but were in fact the high dragon thralls of the Evanuris worshipped as gods. The names of the dragon thralls became the names of the old gods that were worshipped in ancient Tevinter. Elganon and Gilnenain's thralls were Lucanis and Razikael respectively, while Urthemiel belonged to June, Toth to Silace, Andoral to Andruil, Sazakel to Falondin, and Dumat to Durthaman. Through this connection with their dragon thralls, the Evanuris spoke through them to influence and manipulate the faithful of Tevinter, with the most famous and egregious example of convincing the Magister Sidereal into breaching the Fade and releasing a small portion of the Blight into the real world, laying the groundworks for the spread of the Darkspawn and the Blights, led by the infected dragon thralls known as archdemons. This has been something that the Dragon Age community have been theorizing about for ages, and it actually turned out to be sort of correct, and not just tinfoil nonsense, so good on you there, guys. This is one of the lore reveals that I thought was really good, and obviously something that has been in the mind of the original creators/writers of Dragon Age since the start of the franchise, and foreshadowed somewhat in the previous games. At a certain point in the game, after you have seen all of Solas' regrets, you meet up with Morrigan in the Crossroads, and you have a very in-depth conversation about Mythal, Flemeth, the Witch of the Wilds, and how all of this is connected to each other. Mythal was murdered by the other members of the Evanuris, with her own lyrium dagger, no less. The same lyrium dagger that Solas had used against the Titans, and the dagger that would later end up in Rook's hands. Yet small fragments of her soul managed to survive the death of her physical body, and were shattered in the aftermath of her death. This was because Mythal had once been a spirit, and when her material body was slain, she reverted to a fragmented spirit form. Which would explain some things, but at the same time it creates even more questions. Can the other Evanuris also do this? Are they also able to cheat death this way? The longer the story goes on, it doesn't seem that way, and that's a bit of a plot hole. Unless they put their spirit essence into their dragon thralls already, and that's how they fragment their souls. In that case, no plot hole. But it would have been nice if that was explained a bit more.
Anyway, Solas managed to retrieve a small fragment of Mythal's soul from the lyrium dagger that ended her life. And since then, this small fragment has resided deep within the Crossroads, embodying certain emotions and aspects of Mythal's personality. The other major fragment of Mythal's soul inhabited many willing bodies, both elves and humans, during the ages following her demise. Still retaining some of her memories, personality, and some of her magical power, she lended those she possessed with these gifts, as well as appearing in dreams to others in order to offer advice and the sorts. She still cared very much for the elves, but was limited in her abilities to aid them. Morrigan is the host of a fragment of Mythal's memories. Apparently, the writers decided to ignore the choices from Inquisition, where either the Inquisitor or Morrigan could drink from the Well of Sorrows, that Morrigan did it anyway, and apparently with none of the negative consequences that she feared would occur. Mythal possessing Morrigan entirely and all that. But, oh well. Morrigan tells you of the other fragment that resides in the Crossroads, and gives you some tips and tricks on how you could convince it to come over to your side. You are actually able to meet this fragment of Mythal, and choose to either persuade it to join you, or battle it into submission before absorbing it. Either way, having this fragment will be quite helpful later in the game. There is also this line where Morrigan talks about how a previous host of Mythal fell in love with an Alamari chieftain and lived happily in a swamp for centuries. Now, some have theorized that she's talking about Andraste here, that Mafarath was the Alamari chieftain, and that Andraste would have been a host of Mythal's spirit. I, personally, don't think this is a feasible theory, and I believe that Morrigan is actually talking about Flemeth's origin story here, involving Osen and Ban Conabar. Either way, we get a pretty thorough explanation of how Mythal's spirit fragment and hosts work here, and this was also explained in a less thorough version when we met Flemeth in Inquisition. But this also raises a couple of questions. As I mentioned, are all the other Evanuris able to fragment their spirits upon death like Mythal, or have they done that already with their dragon thralls? Also, where is Kieran? Presuming you made that choice in Origins, where there now exists a child of the Warden and Morrigan with the soul of the old god Urthemiel in him. Urthemiel, that we now know was a fragment of the Evanuris member June that Flemeth wanted to take care of? Why was that dropped? Why would the writers just drop that ball? That is insane that they would just ignore that possibility in regards to Morrigan. Also, where are the rest of the Evanuris? Come to think of it. They were sealed away in the prison along with Elganon and Gillenane. Did they just die along with their archdemons? What happened to them? It's never explained why only Elganon and Gillenane are the only two that are left. Now that we have covered some of the major lore reveals, let's get back to the main story. We receive word from Davrin that a massive Darkspawn horde, led by an archdemon, is heading towards Weisshaupt Fortress, and that basically all Grey Wardens have been called back to their ancient headquarters to defend it. Sensing that this is where the gods will strike hard, we talk to Solas, who reveals to us that the old gods are in fact the dragon thralls of the Evanuris, and that if we want to kill Gillenane and Elganon, we first have to kill their dragons in order for them to turn mortal again. Having Davrin as a mandatory companion during this mission, the rest of the group will also partake in the quest but on the sidelines. After somehow killing Gillenane's dragon, Lucanis will then be able to sneak up on her and kill her for good. At least, that's the plan. Using our Illuvion, we teleport to one already in Weisshaupt Fortress. We arrive to find the fortress under siege, and are led to the war room by a blacksmith's daughter called Mila, while at the same time battling the Darkspawn assaulting the walls. Now this mission actually gives off some mighty impressions. Gillenane has manifested her face in the sky, taunting the defending Grey Wardens and trying to crush their morale, while we see numberless hordes of Darkspawn assault the walls of the fortress, while the defending Wardens fight back. All while the Archdemon Razikale swoops down from the skies to strike at the defenses again and again. It's actually pretty cool,
And this is the first time we see Weisshaupt in a Dragon Age game. It's not exactly like the official art, but overall it looks pretty cool. When we get to the war room, we find the First Warden, Evka, and Antoine, as the First Warden is losing control of the situation, ordering the Wardens to sally out of the fortress, while in reality, that really isn't possible. Not too pleased to see us again, the First Warden wants us arrested, ignoring everyone's warnings. And here, we are presented with another choice, or rather, non-choice, I should say, as we will see later in the game. To either talk some sense into the First Warden and take command yourself, or simply knock the First Warden on his ass and take command. This is presented as a really important and serious decision in the moment, however. If you talk some sense into the man, he gives you his blessing to continue undisturbed. And if you knock him out, Evka jumps in as interim leader. Regardless of your decision, it's recommended that we try to lure the Archdemon into a dragon trap that, coincidentally, is located on the other side of the fortress. Built 900 years ago, presumably during the Second Blight, it was constructed to trap an archdemon, but, of course, it's never been used before. It's the best option available, however, so Rook and the others head over there, fighting Darkspawn on the way. I find it a bit funny that Evka just takes over command if you deck the First Warden, but we have no idea what her actual rank is, or if she can even do that. The Grey Wardens are a military order, after all, with a military hierarchy, and second in command to the First Warden is the High Constable. Is Evka the High Constable? I don't think so. As far as I know, she's just a rank-and-file warden. Has the rest of the chain of command died already? I don't think the writers actually considered any of this and just thought it would be more handy if an established character just took charge, which messes up the immersion for me a little bit. Rook and the group fights their way through the fortress, heads for an alternative route to the trap through the library, and ends up rendezvousing with the rest of the Veilguard before finding Milastad Holden, who seals the door behind them from foes and informs them that the trap is still operational. Planning to bait Gillenane and her dragon into the trap by showing her the lyrium dagger, Rook grabs the dagger from Lucanis and heads into the library. In the library, you can find some scattered texts and objects that harken back to previous games, with characters and events relevant to the Wardens. Some of them are fine, like the note about the Wardens keeping track of Malcolm Hawke before losing him in Ferelden, or Aura sending Kristoff's reports back to Weisshaupt from Amaranthine. There's even a report of the O.J. Blackwall getting a posthumous Medal of Honor for his sacrifice. Then there's the Joining Chalice, apparently recovered from Ostagar in Ferelden, implied to be the same chalice used by Duncan in the first game. This isn't nostalgic at all. This just makes me sad and angry. It reminds me of how much better Origins was than this game. Duncan didn't die for this, man. Reminding us that he will have to make the killing blow against Gillenane's archdemon and die in the process, Davrin points out how this song and dance must end for him. Rook and the rest make their way to the trap as Rook baits Gillenane to send her archdemon after the knife he is holding, leading to the dragon actually getting caught in the trap. Before Davrin has a chance to kill it, however, the First Warden shows up to kill the beast himself and offer up his life instead. This happens regardless of what you chose to do with him earlier on in the quest. This selfless act is cut short, however, as Gillenane herself bursts out of the archdemon and, seemingly, kills the First Warden before using his blood to transform the archdemon Razikale into a new multi-headed form that we fight as a boss. After 3 phases, we manage to pummel the archdemon enough for it to be vulnerable and for Davrin and Lucanis to execute the plan. Davrin kills Razikale, but for some reason he does not die. Instead, Gillenane turns mortal as Lucanis flies towards her to kill her. In the last second, she manages to deflect his strike, receiving a slash across her now mortal face. Enraged, Gillenane floods the entire place with blight, and Rook and the others escape into the Illuvion and to safety by the skin of their teeth. Normally, when an archdemon is killed by a Grey Warden, both the archdemon and the Grey Warden dies as their souls take out each other. If it would not have been a warden who killed it, it would just have taken over any nearby darkspawn and reappeared. With the exception of the dark ritual that Morrigan may or may not perform in Origins, every single warden who have slain an archdemon in previous history has died doing so. Not having Davrin die here is not only an anticlimactic result, it's downright cowardly by the writers. I get that he is one of the main companions in the game, and one might not want to lose him so relatively early on in the story, but this would have been an impactful and, story-wise, interesting event for the plot. It would have shown that no one is safe from the wrath of the gods and the Blight, not even one of your companions. Considering that in previous BioWare titles, companions were far from safe and could even die during their loyalty missions and main quests, this sets a really bad precedent. Not daring to potentially have him killed is so weak, pathetic, and cowardly. And if they had thought about the situation for more than a moment, the writers could have even made this whole thing an important choice. Make Rook choose if Davrin, the first warden, or maybe someone else like Evga or Antoine should make the ultimate sacrifice. That way, Davrin might not be the one to die. You would have to live with the consequences of one of these characters being lost forever, because you chose them instead of someone else. In-game, the reason he does not die is hand-waved away by some lore dump that explains that the Blight's mechanics might have changed as Gillenane modified the Blight, leading to Davrin not dying when he slew the Archdemon. But that sounds like a huge excuse to try and justify Davrin still being alive in my ears. Also, that just results in many more questions than answers. Why would Gillenane let this flaw be a part of her new modified Blight, where killing an Archdemon does not take out a Warden, an enemy, in the same way as before? Was this something she overlooked? Do the rules change just because two of the Evanuris now have manifested physically in the material world, as opposed to previous Blights where there were only Archdemons leading the Darkspawn? Does that change things? In any case, in the aftermath of the quest, the team gathers once again around the table in the lighthouse. The Archdemon Razikael, Gillenane's own dragon thrall, is dead, and this has rendered her mortal at last. But Gillenane still lives, and that has cost them. Weisshaupt Fortress lies in ruins, and although most of the civilians and the remaining wardens have managed to flee to Lavendel, the Order has been brought to the brink of annihilation. Davrin mentions that he had over 1,000 fellow wardens before the siege, and now only a handful of them remains. Devastated by this loss, the Veilguard decides what to do next. Gathering the entire team, Rook discusses with them what to do next after the major setback at Weisshaupt. Since Davrin is angry at Lucanis for not managing to kill Gillenane and accuses the demon Spite of interfering in his behavior, while at the same time Lucanis mistrusts Davrin for him having Darkspawn taint in him as a warden, there is actually a rare moment where a conflict breaks out between the two. I know, shocking, right? People not being friends all the time and actually disagreeing with each other? That's too toxic, shut it down. This could have been something that would have added a lot more complexity to the story and the characters had it been allowed to continue and be the subject of interactment from the player in question. But of course it's not taken anywhere, and they almost instantly go back to being friends some quests later, which is very disappointing and shows just how toothless and scared of conflict the writers of this game are. Several of the companions also point out that the reason the group are not ready to face the gods yet is because they have personal unfinished business that distracts them from participating fully. They even go out of their way to mention the specific item or subject relevant to their companion quest.
I've been preoccupied myself after discovering that Hand of Glory.
And I can't stop worrying about my new magic and what it means.
The Nodists are fallen. what it means for my people?
It's like the riders are screaming in your face, "Hey, this is a BioWare game. You have to do the companion quests or else you will get the bad ending. Do you hear me? Do the companion quests." Not only is this hand-holding incredibly patronizing, it highlights just how different this kind of game is compared to its predecessors, even though it desperately tries to implement good aspects from the previous games, but fails in the process. In previous BioWare RPGs, especially Mass Effect 2, companion and loyalty quests were tactfully encouraged throughout the game, but completely optional. If you wanted to go through the Omega-4 relay in Mass Effect 2 with not a single loyalty quest done and no upgrades, you could do that. It would be a very bad decision and you would get absolutely destroyed, but the option was still there for you to choose. In Veilguard, it's almost like they are, as I said, screaming at you to do the companion quests with no subtlety at all. And while we're on this subject, all companions in Veilguard are mandatory to have in your group. You have to suffer through some of the most annoying and tedious companions in BioWare history for an entire game without the option to kick them to the curb. In Inquisition, you could very easily refuse certain companions during their recruitment quest, or you could ask them to leave later on in the game if you for some reason did not like them. I'm looking at you, Seras, you absolutely insufferable excuse for a character. And in both Origins and Inquisition, if you reached a certain amount of negative approval with your companions, they would actively confront you to your face and tell you what they thought about you. They would even outright leave the party of their own accord if their approval became too low. Also, in regards to loyalty and companion missions, in Mass Effect 2, simply completing a companion quest did not automatically mean that you gained the companion's loyalty unless you completed said quest in a specific way. Some of your companions are even able to die during their companion quests. None of these things are present in Veilguard, which is such a shame, because these were the kinds of mechanics that made companion and loyalty quests unique and exciting in previous titles. But when Veilguard tries to replicate it without adding any of the interesting RPG mechanics and outcomes to it, it just falls flat. All the magic is gone, and it shows. Completing these personal quest lines will grant them the status Hero of the Veilguard, which will provide several in-game benefits like new armors, equipment, and they will be better prepared for the endgame. Now that I have prefaced this section with that statement, let's move on to the actual companion quests of the game, starting with Neve. Much of Neve's personal questline revolves around her and Rook investigating a string of disappearances in and around a dock town. Along the way, they make contact and deals with the criminal organization called the Threads, and the undercover Templar Rana with no Templar armor. These investigations reveals that the one behind the kidnap is Neve's old nemesis, Aelia, high-ranking Venatori member and blood mage, known from one of the Tevinter Night stories. We managed to track down Aelia to an abandoned temple in Minrathous' catacombs, where she puppeteers the captured civilians and talks through them with blood magic. Yeah, this doesn't come off as scary at all, and if it was meant to be that, it fails because neither the atmosphere nor the tension is there to make it scary. This is by far the most evil thing Aelia does to the prisoners, and it feels kinda tame. We have our boring and generic boss fight against Aelia where we eventually capture her and she's taken in by the Templars. We get to influence whether Neve becomes Docktown's new protector, which results in her becoming the new leader of the Threads, or if she is to become an inspiration to Docktown, which results in her and Rana opening up a private detective agency. Despite these choices, Neve still feels kind of flat personality-wise after her own quests. Sure, she's a bit taken aback and becomes proud of herself that people actually need her help and relies on her, but that's about as far as her character development goes, which is kinda sad and disappointing. Lucanis is up next, who, in stereotypical Hispanic fashion, shames you for preferring tea over coffee during the onset of this quest, has his personal questline focus on the internal conflicts between the Antivan crows and his own internal conflicts with the demon Spite residing in his body. His questline is also affected by your choice of saving Treviso or Minrathous. After some twists and turns, Lucanis finally gets his revenge on the magister that originally imprisoned him in the ossuary, Zara Renata, who is performing her best Elizabeth Bathory cosplay when we meet her for the first time, and subsequently fight her. But in the process we also find out that Lucanis' cousin Ilario is the traitor that the crows have been looking for this entire time, who seeks to take over the leadership of the crows while collaborating with the Venatori. Also, Grandma Katerina is not dead at all, she's also alive and well. Confronting Ilario in one of the last quests, we have the option to show him mercy or to throw him in the dungeons. Following this, Katerina steps down as First Talon and names Lucanis her successor. A satisfying conclusion to Lucanis' story arc, including Spite, only comes if you save Treviso instead of Minrathous. Overwhelmed by Ilario's betrayal, the fact that Katerina is alive, and his trauma from being imprisoned in the ossuary, Lucanis is not sure what to do. This leads to Spite taking Rook into the Fade to confront the desperate Lucanis and to make the two entities come with each other, as well as what they should focus on, freeing Katerina or punishing Ilario. This eventually leads to a quest where Lucanis and Spite comes to terms with each other. If Minrathous is saved, Neve gets the previously mentioned quest to decide who she is instead, and Lucanis' conflict is instead resolved in a conversation at the Lighthouse. Lucanis, at the end of the day, is a decent guy with the interesting spin of him being a non-mage abomination. He's not my favorite companion, but he pulls his weight, has an okay if a bit predictable companion questline. I mean, come on, you could see that Ilario was the traitor coming from miles away. And although his personality mainly revolves around liking coffee, cooking food, and assassinating people, he is absolutely a decent guy. Definitely one of the characters of all time. Now we get to Harding, and her companion quest is, well, there were some cool parts, but it's also a huge mess. The questline revolves around her newfound magical abilities and their connection to the long-lost Titans. She develops an ability to control and shift rocks and parts of the earth, and explores this in one of her first personal quests. At the end of this quest, she starts hearing a voice named the Oracle, calling her sister and telling her that she has been touched by the Ancient as she has been. The voice urges her to seek those closest to the stone to find her. This understandably intrigues Harding and Rook as they come to the conclusion that those closest to the stone must be the dwarves of Kal Sharok. I could think of some other dwarves that would be a smidge closer to the stone, but hey-ho, what do I know? More on them later. I don't complain at all that Kal Sharok and its dwarves show up in the game, however. Quite the opposite, it's been a long time coming. In the previous games in the series, Kal Sharok, the last dwarven tig besides Orzammar still standing, has had an aura of mystery around it. Isolated and cut off, first by accident due to the blights and now by choice from much of the rest of the world, they are hinted to have a culture quite different from the rest of Thedas' dwarves. Several codices describe dwarves from this tig as different and possibly tainted in nature, and speculations about how they could have stood against the Darkspawn and survived for this long hints at a strange connection between the dwarves from Kal Sharok and the Darkspawn. How is this lore picked up and utilized in Veilguard? Well, some of it is addressed and is interesting. You know what, I'll continue and we'll pick this up as we go along. Rook and Harding heads down into the deep roads until they eventually reach the entrance to Kal Sharok and speak to one of its inhabitants, a warrior named Stalgard. As he leads us to the person we seek, he answers questions about Kal Sharok and its dwarves. From this dialogue and codices we receive later, we find out that Kal Sharok abandoned the traditional caste system of the dwarves a long time ago, and that their dwarves can have many different professions and responsibilities within the Taig. All citizens partake in mandatory cyclical military service, and are expected to defend their home in any way they can should the need arise. Perfectly reasonable considering what the Taig has been through historically. He also reveals that the dwarves of the Taig had to change and become like the Darkspawn or be destroyed by them, also saying that some of the Kalsharok dwarves can feel the presence of the taint, much like the Grey Wardens, giving credence to the speculations about Kalsharok being tainted, or that they somehow managed to get the taint under control in their bodies, like the Grey Wardens. Something like that at least. But Stalgard is frustratingly vague when mentioning this specific topic, which, sure, it's the first time we meet him and all that, but not even later in the story does he elaborate on the connection between his home and the taint, which feels like a bit of a letdown. The Kalsharok dwarves also greatly reveres those among the dwarven race who have been touched by the stone itself, as will become obvious. As Stalgard leads us into a lyrium sanctum, we come face to face with a large statue of a dwarf woman. This is the Oracle that has been calling to Harding. Turns out that the Oracle is actually Volta from the Descent DLC of Inquisition, so now we know what happened to her after she disappeared at the end of the DLC. She's become a statue, and assimilated by the dwarves of Kalsharok as an oracle. She reaffirms a lot of the information about the origins of the Titans and their connection to the ancient dwarves, but most of the things that we find out here is just a result of Harding simply looking within and remembering. Stone Sense is just Titan magic, apparently, awakened by touching raw lyrium, and the Isatunal binds the Titans and the dwarves together. So it seems like Titan magic comes directly from the lyrium itself, which I guess skirts around the supposed problem of dwarves not being able to use magic and being cut off from the Fade, while still being able to use this specific magic. It seems as if some dwarves like Volta and Harding have a stronger connection to the Titan magic and are able to use the magic to a more potent level, however. The chat is cut short by one of the lyrium constructs and Deepstalkers going nuts, and Volta revealing that Harding's powers have drawn something evil to this place. Volta cryptically tells you that
there are horrors in the depths. They have awakened to you now. Look within for your answers, and beware.
Before falling silent. So Volta gets reintroduced as some sort of lyrium oracle, just to basically reaffirm a bunch of things that we already knew, say some cryptic stuff about looking within, and then peacing out. I expected a bit more from a pretty important character like this from the previous game. And maybe a chance to, ask her what happened to her in the interim, or some specifics on the subjects recently discussed. Like me, Harding gets a bit frustrated by these non-answers, and her eyes start to glow, but she eventually calms down and waltzes out of there. Stalgard also has a strange personality and tone shift that swings like a pendulum from the previous scene to this one, from reverently bowing before Volta and espousing her beauty, to making fun of her and how vague Volta is as an oracle, speaking in riddles and all that.
Huh. She does that. Riddles, riddles, riddles. Oh, I'm a rock.
Just another example of the badly written, funny, quirky dialogue that infests this game. Somewhat disappointed when they get back to the lighthouse, it seems like the answers Harding seeks might not be revealed to her after all. But then, something happens. Sometime later, her questline continues after we find out that Stalgard and some other dwarves have gone missing. Rook and Harding investigates this, and it leads them to an ancient dwarf fortress at the top of a mountain called Isana Negat in the Anderfels. Below this mountaintop, the deep roads can be accessed to supposedly a huge lyrium deposit. We actually see the body of a titan at this location, which is definitely a cool sight. It really gives you an impression of how large the titans actually were. As we delve deeper, we find the missing dwarves and Stalgard encased in red lyrium. We manage to get them out of there, and they are not batshit insane from being in there for all this time. Apparently, this is not normal red lyrium that is red because it's blighted. This is just lyrium that is angry, and that's why it's red, thus not causing insanity. Right. We eventually come face to face with the one that kidnapped these dwarves, the evil entity that has been hiding in the depths until now. We also realize that we are inside the body of the fallen titan, with its rib cage and heart on display, which still is really cool. So who is this villain then? Is this some primeval monstrosity from the darkest pits of the deep roads? Is it a scheming ancient darkspawn like the Architect? Maybe even a blighted titan? That sounds like a cool idea. Who is it then? It's a red version of Harding. Yeah. The villain in this companion quest is a shade of the Titan manifested from the rage Harding herself felt from learning the fate of the Titans. And this alternative version of her have been causing all this menace all along, as well as infecting what is left of the Titan's inner body with this angry not red lyrium. This just sounds really convoluted, dumb, and quite detached from the rest of the previous lore that we have seen in this series when I say it out loud like this. After some fighting, we confront Harding, who has now, after a struggle, absorbed the shade and has trouble containing its power. We can either encourage her to contain the shade by using her compassion, or to embrace and honor the shade's anger. Whatever we encourage her to do, she finally manages to bend these powers to her own will and calms down. Later, she comes to terms with the fact that the Titans, their magic, and what they have left behind is a part of her and the dwarven race as a whole, and harnessing the feelings associated with that will give her the strength to carry on in the future. This questline is a bit of a mess. Not only does Harding's whole character development boil down to I just had to confront and control my own emotions because they were having a negative magical effect on the world. How did it do that? Because I'm a main character and all the important things revolve around me. Like, why was Harding so special in all this? Could Volta's powers manifest like this too? Creating evil shades and the like? I also think it's strange that Harding, out of all dwarven characters we have encountered throughout this series, should be the one to be endowed with the magic of the Titans. Don't get me wrong, I like Harding as a character. At least, the way she was in Inquisition. It's no surprise she became a fan favorite in that game. But in Veilguard, her personality is so different, and the reasons for her having these powers are so strange, almost like they tried to cram every important lore thing about the dwarves and the Titans in this game into her and associate it with one singular person. Wouldn't someone like Volta be more fitting to have been associated with these powers? I know she's in the game, but she inexplicably turned herself into a statue and were of no help whatsoever during the questline. She was simply nothing more than a reference to the last game, essentially. Why not Dagna, the intelligent and curious dwarf we encountered in Origins and again in Inquisition, who, despite knowing dwarves could not use magic, still decided to study at the Circle of Magi, just so she could learn more about magic and lyrium? She later becomes the Inquisition's Arcanist. Actually, a lot of mannerisms that I would associate with Dagna, being energetic and a bit quirky, have in Veilguard been lumped over onto Harding. Why weren't she touched by the Titans in this way? And last but not least, where is my man Sandal?
Enchantment?
Why couldn't he have taken this role as touched by the Titans, wielding their magic? In both Origins and Dragon Age 2, Sandal, on several occasions, displays powers and abilities that are very close to what we have witnessed in Inquisition and Veilguard, so far as Titan magic goes. His abilities as an enchanter savant and other abilities is clearly a result of Titan magic, and this has been built up since his introduction. Why could he not take that role? Imagine the potential. Imagine if Sandal actually became able to speak and think like a normal dwarf as a result of his mind awakening by the touch of the Titans. Would that not have been an amazing addition to the series? Harding should have been allowed to be her own character in this game, maybe partially affected by the revelations about the magic of the Titans, but not the focal point of it. It's as if the writers tried to smash all the previously mentioned characters, to some degree, into Harding to cover as much ground as possible. It's lazy and bad writing, where there was actually a chance to do something cool and unique. The angry, not red lyrium thing is also a really silly and, more importantly, lost opportunity for a more dark and sinister version of this quest. Imagine if the red lyrium in this quest actually had been real red lyrium. If we, on our way down towards the heart of the Titan, found the encased forms of Stalgard and the other dwarves inside the lyrium. What if they had been driven insane by the red lyrium, and you would have been forced to kill them, or make a really tough decision in regards to their fate? That would have felt much more like the original games in its tone and impact. What if the antagonist was an actual evil antagonist like the examples I gave previously? Or maybe a red lyrium shade, if we still want to go on that route. A red lyrium rock wraith. Anything is better than a shade of Harding's own angry feelings colored red. What, are lyrium crystals just stones in a mood ring now? Do they change color depending on your feelings? It's just so silly. Last but not least, where is the Shah Bretol in all this? These supposed ancient protectors of the Titans that drink lyrium and wear raw lyrium as part of their armor, these misguided defenders that can trace their origins back to before the Dwarven Empire fell. Would it not be relevant to have them involved in this game where all this new lore is revealed about the Titans and the origins of the dwarves? Their love-hate relationship with Volta at the end of the Descent could easily have been woven into the story of this game given Volta's situation in it. But no, the only reference to them in the entire game is this flavor text from a memento you can find during the Heart of the Titan quest, named Blackened Amulet. And this sentence doesn't even have a translation, although some fans of the series have tried to piece it together like the absolute badasses they are. That's it. This entire plot point from the last game just dropped like that. Harding's questline ends with the quest The Eternal Hymn, where she reflects upon the Titans and her people's past, as well as the Isaturnal. We meet Stalgard and his sister if we chose the compassionate route, and if we chose the other one, she looks out on the dead Titan alone to honor its memory. There were some cool aspects to this questline, but ultimately it ends up as a mess due to the reasons mentioned before. Truly, a huge shame and disappointment. Kinda like this whole game, to be honest. Anyway, moving on to Emmrich. I actually quite enjoy Emmrich as a character in this game. His personality and intellect is a breath of fresh air. Even if he comes off as a bit whimsical in relation to the dour subject of necromancy when we first meet him, sections of his personal quest line will show that there is at least a bit more depth to this character than what first meet the eye. We start his quest line by performing several rites for the dead at a graveyard in the necropolis. There, Emmrich opens up about his past, his dead parents, his relationship with Manfred and other spirits, as well as his deep fear of dying. The last thing might sound a bit silly and ironic at first, but the way Emmrich delivers this really deep-seated fear of his own mortality, an existential dread that is quite a universal concern among humans, it comes across as very genuine, very thoughtful, and very interesting. A man who has spent his entire life, both academic and otherwise, centered around death and the hereafter, experiencing existential dread at the thought of dying. Well done there, writers. As I said before, credit where credit is due. Discovering that the Venatori who infiltrated the necropolis during his recruitment mission did so with an artifact called a Hand of Glory, the trail towards the supposed necromancer who aided them and created this artifact leads Emmrich and Rook to Blackthorn Manor. This is an abandoned mansion in Nevarra. The veil is thin in this place, and spirits have been left scarred and almost drained of power here. We finally find a rift that takes us into the Fade itself, where we not only see glimpses of an enormous construct of some sort, but also come face to face with the person responsible for all this. A rogue necromancer and former colleague of Emmrich's, by the name of Johanna Hesenkos. Now exiled from the Mornwatch, Johanna has been responsible for opening the rift in the mansion, as well as siphoning energy from innocent spirits into a magical item, the Gloaming Lantern, which she will use to take over Nevarra City in some way. The Hand of Glory was also hers, which means she is collaborating with the Venatori as well. As Rook and Emmrich closes the Fade Rift, Johanna manages to escape. Later on, Emmrich explains the concept of lichdom to us, the process of becoming an incredibly powerful undead, and essentially immortal protector of the Mornwatch, and the fact that he has studied and trained to achieve this for decades. The process will result in him abandoning his mortality and some of his personality, however, and a final sifting of the soul will be necessary, which Emmrich is torn about as he discusses it with Rook during the quest arrangement. We also learn that Hesenkos failed to achieve lichdom and have become something called a half-lich. We also visit the grave of Emmerich's parents, which is a nice little scene. We eventually find ourselves back at Blackthorn Manor for the final confrontation with Hesenkos, which I personally thought was a bit underwhelming. It's a bit boring to reuse the same location again, but whatever. Holding a ball and planning on revealing her spirit-powered bone golem to the guests before devouring their souls with it and destroying Nevarra City, Hesenkos is finally stopped by Rook and Emmrich, but a heavy price is paid. Manfred, Emmerich's trusted skeleton assistant up to this point, heroically gets a hold of the Gloaming Lantern so that Emmrich can free the spirits trapped within, but Manfred is killed by the golem as a result of this. Returning to the necropolis with Manfred's bones, Emmrich is met with one of the mighty Lich Lords, and is presented with a choice: to achieve lichdom by letting his dear friend Manfred go forever, or revive Manfred and lose his chance of ever becoming a lich. The player, as Rook, gets to influence what Emmrich chooses in this situation, and it is actually a good and very fitting choice for the character, I have to say. Should we decide to let go of Manfred, Emmrich takes part of the ritual and emerges as a Lich Lord of the necropolis. His visage is now that of an undead, although he can put on a glimmer to appear as his old self. There is actually a bit of weight and finality in this choice. The only problem with this is that the rest of the companions don't really react to him revealing his new form. They just accept it on the spot and move on, which is really a lost opportunity for good story moments here. Maybe if some of the companions like Taash, who already is a bit iffy about necromancy, would become really scared or put off by him, maybe even refusing to go on missions with him because of this. Maybe it could have resulted in emotional or thought-provoking scenes with Emmrich and the rest of the companions. But, like so many other opportunities in this game, the writers just let them pass by. If you decide to not become a lich and instead save Manfred, then Manfred will come back to life, and not only that, he has now developed magical powers. and a more extended vocabulary. Something Emmrich now sees as his new mission, to mentor Manfred in the arcane arts. There were some irritations with this questline, but overall, it's one of the better ones from a character that is actually mostly well written. You also keep the still living head of Johanna in Emmrich's study, which is kind of funny. Next, it's time for Bellara's personal questline. And I have to admit, Bellara doesn't just marginally improve character-wise as a result of this questline, but actually quite a lot. I really did not like her to begin with, but the impact that these quests have on her, and my perception of her, is a bit surprising. The artifact we recovered with Bellara at the start of the game, the Nada Stirthalan, turns out to be an ancient archive spirit that has memorized a huge amount of information about old Elvenon and elven history. But it's who it used to belong to that is of interest to us, and who that person has managed to get his hands on. But before we get to that, I also want to point out that the scene where Bellara tinkers with the thing is just unbearable.
Oh, shit! No! Okay. Try again. Deep breaths. There. Oh, God, damn it! Oh no! Sorry. Just breaking things.
She is supposed to be this knowledgeable and wise scholar, but she acts like a child. The music and tone in this scene is also just off, so playful and silly. Did we forget that this is supposed to be a Dragon Age game? Anyway, I said that this questline was somewhat good, so I'm gonna move on to why I think that. During one of the first missions in her questline, she opens up about her brother Syrian, who died while the Veiljumpers investigated an elven artifact. Bellara blames herself for the death of her own brother, and can't seem to let go of this guilt. Later, Bellara and Rook is sent out to the place where they first found the archive spirit, to search for a group of Veiljumpers that have gone missing. At the end of the quest, Bellara comes face to face with Syrian, who turns out to not be dead at all. But now he serves a new master, Anaris, one of the ancient Forgotten Ones. Anaris cannot yet manifest in his true form in the material world, but can project a version of himself, and Syrian is his new loyal servant. The missing Veiljumpers have been turned into demons to further Anaris' plan, to help the elven race to ascend to demonhood, and conquer in his name with Syrian as his herald. Anaris and Syrian leaves while Bellara and Rook has to fight the remaining demons and eventually rescues 2 of the surviving missing Veiljumpers. Later back at camp, Bellara and the Veiljumpers draw the conclusion that Syrian is being somewhat mind-controlled by Anaris, but not entirely, by a magical item called a bond mask. The demon not being fully in control gives Bellara hope that maybe Syrian can be convinced to abandon this dark path and return to the side of good. We also find out that the Nada Stirthalan once belonged to Anaris, and along with all the important knowledge of ancient Elvenon that it has stored, also exists to sing Anaris' praises and are extremely partial towards Anaris. In all this emotional chaos, Bellara manages to arrange a secret meeting with Syrian to try and convince him to turn away from Anaris, and even though he seems to waver here and there, he still remains on his chosen path. As we finally confront Anaris, as he attempts to perform a ritual to grant himself a physical body, he is seemingly banished by Syrian, who at last has turned against his former master and disrupted the ritual in secret. Just as it seems like we will get the happy ending, Anaris just reappears and smashes Syrian into the wall. After yet another uncreative and underwhelming boss fight, we defeat Anaris and send him back to the Fade.
You will not send me! I must escape! It's I!
and Syrian sadly dies in Bellara's arms.
Syrian!
Is it over? Did we win?
We beat him. Sent him back to the Fade. Now hush. We need to get you out of here.
No. Not this time. I had my second chance. I don't get a third.
I can't lose you again, Syrian. Please.
I'm sorry for Shiva. For everything. Rook. Thank you. For helping Bellara. For helping me.
I wish it hadn't ended like this.
I made these choices. No one else. Bellara? One last favor to ask.
What is it?
Can you stay with me? Until it's light?
Yeah. Of course.
After this tragic death, Bellara is unsure what to do with the Nadas Tirthalan, the archive spirit with all the ancient knowledge. It could be used to further the understanding of the ancient elves and help those elves that live today, but it is also a relic of the ancient days, when the gods and others treated normal elves like slaves and pawns to be used. Should she, and the elves of Thedas in extension, keep it and learn from it, or throw it away and forge a new path for themselves, unburdened by the past? Whether she keeps the Nadas Tirthalan or not is up to Rook. Either way, her last personal quest revolves entirely around laying Syrian to rest, and performing his final service in the traditional way of the elves. Braziers are lit, memories rekindled, speculations are had about the ancient elves and what might lie beyond this continent, as well as some heartfelt dialogue about loss and handling said loss. As I said at the start, Bellara is mostly insufferable, but her personal questline makes her a much more grounded, relatable, and better character. So good on you, Bellara. This time, you did good. Next up is Taash, and oh boy, have I been waiting for this. Bellara at least managed to redeem her character somewhat in her personal questline, but Taash? I think she actively makes it worse, resulting in her becoming even more unlikable in the process. So let's get into it so you can see what I mean. One would think that the focus for Taash's personal quest would be her own motivations for becoming a dragon hunter, the fact that she has the special ability to breathe fire, and what the secrets of the pre-Kunari tablet are. Maybe even why she is a part of the Lords of Fortune. And while all of these topics are present in her storyline, they all take a backseat to two other things, namely, Taash's struggle with gender identity and cultural affiliation. Since her mother Shathan fled Kunari territory so that she could raise her daughter outside of the Qun, due to her unique fire-breathing ability, Taash has grown up in Rivain and are integrated into the culture, at least the culture of the Rivaini Lords of Fortune. But her mother still follows the Qun, or at least her own reformed version of it, and have shaped Taash's upbringing with that as well. Rivain as a nation is unique in that way, since one of the last holdouts of the Qun on the continent, Kont Ar, is located in northern Rivain. And the Rivaini, out of all Theodosians, probably have the best relations with the Kunari due to historical reasons. During the story, you can encourage her to embrace either one or the other culture all out, which sounds like a cool thing with great potential, but instead it falls really flat and feels extremely superficial. The choice in culture only affects Taash in so much as what food she prefers to eat or what type of accessories and jewelry she decides to wear. The second thing, The gender identity stuff just takes you right out of the game and is silly for a number of reasons. Taash reveals early on in the game that she is uncomfortable being a woman, responding to Neve.
Run around in fancy mage clothes.
Because I like them?
You're barely even wearing a shirt.
You fight Antivan with a bare midriff.
Everything all right?
We're fine. Just trading fashion tips. So what I wear is a problem for you?
It's not. It's just... why dress like that? Are you trying to make your mother happy?
I don't know what your problem is here, Taash, but you're out of line.
Relax, Rook. I'm a big girl. Taash, you mentioned me trying to make my mother happy. What's that have to do with how I dress?
It's just something my mother said the other day. That I act more like a man than a woman.
And you feel like you should wear dresses to make her happy?
No. Can you imagine me in a dress? I'd look stupider than I'd look stupid.
You wouldn't look stupid in a dress, if that's what you wanted to wear.
I don't want to wear a fucking dress!
Clear and to the point. So, what do you want? Your mother didn't just make you angry. Something she said got its hooks into you. Why?
It feels... right. When she says I act more like a man. It feels... right. Why does it feel right?
Taash, do you like being a woman?
Nobody likes being a woman.
Ah.
This is stupid. Forget I said anything.
Forget it, or dig into it, whatever you have to do. But if our dragon hunter isn't at her best, people will die.
Yeah, I'll figure out my crap. Whatever it is.
Some of my friends in Minrathous talk about not feeling comfortable in their own skin. As a man, as a woman. I could see if they'd like to talk. Maybe what they say fits how you're feeling.
Yeah. Okay.
She is then introduced by Neve to some people in the Shadow Dragons, mainly Mayvaris and Tarquin, who teaches her about different types of gender identities and such. And she finally decides that she is non-binary, and wants to come out to her mom as such. Now for me, this just kills my immersion completely. Non-binary as a term is a very modern concept, and to have not only that, but other fully developed gender studies terms fully present in the world of Thedas without any connection or modification to fit the lore is nonsensical. To not even try to give the term a different name in any of the numerous languages of Thedas is simply baffling. Inquisition did this when they introduced Krem as a trans character, the concept of the Akun Athlok, and stuff like homo and bisexuality, if we're talking sexuality, have been established things in lore since the first game. The fact that trans people are respected in a society like the Qun of all things is really dumb, by the way, and doesn't make any sense whatsoever, considering the previously established lore of the Qunari. But that is a topic for another day. My point is that not even trying to make it fit into the supposed dark fantasy world of Dragon Age makes it totally immersion-breaking. Taash could very well have been a Thedosian version of a non-binary person if they would have just given it an in-universe name, and without making it such a superficially central part of her character. This is why the game is being called woke, and it is woke for this specific reason. Your gender identity or sexual orientation is not your entire character. Dorian is an example of this, and in his case, his homosexuality was brought up in a way that fitted right into the lore. Liliana is an example of this. Zevran is an example of this. Krem is an example of this. Why couldn't Taash be a well-written character like them? Instead of endearing you as a player to the concept, it feels forced. Let me show you what I mean. Some of the most infamous scenes from this game revolves around Taash being non-binary. One of them is when you invite Shathan to the Lighthouse to have dinner with Taash and Rook. Taash plans to come out as non-binary to Shathan. It is a little strange, however, that Shathan, being in the Lighthouse, which is in the Fade, is not scared shitless that she is in the Fade. I mean, she should be reacting like Iron Bull was reacting if you take him into the Fade in Inquisition.
This is shitty. I'll fight whatever you give me, boss. But nobody said nothing about getting dragged through the ass end of Demon Town.
Hey, Chief, let's join the Inquisition. Good fights for a good cause.
I don't know, Krem. I hear there are demons.
Don't worry about the demons, Chief. I'm sure we won't see many.
Can't believe I... Asshole! Everyone, if I get possessed, faint on my blind side, then go low. Cullen says I leave myself open.
Good to know.
No demon would have been so helpful without asking something in return.
That's great and all, but the nightmare is the thing currently scaring the shit out of me. This nightmare wasn't such hot shit after all.
These foes are likely but servants of the true demon.
Just let me have this moment to hope, alright?
But maybe I digress here a bit, but it feels really strange, since she is a follower of the Qun, that she doesn't react in this way. But details, I guess. The first dialogue is interesting, where Shathan weighs in on what she thinks about Taash's new cultural inclination, and we get a little backstory about why Shathan felt she had to leave the Qun in the first place, so she could raise her daughter in safety. But then, as soon as Taash sits down at the table, she just starts by blurting out,
"So, I'm non-binary."
I mean, who starts a conversation like that? Now, you might think that Shathan would get angry or confrontative about this, and that this would be the central conflict during this scene. But the crazy thing is that Shathan, during the whole scene, is simply confused and tries her best to understand what it is that Taash means by this term, and what she means with all of this.
It means I don't feel like a man or a woman.
If you are neither a man nor a woman, then what are you?
Non-binary. I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she from now on.
If this is because I have criticized your dress or your manners...
It isn't!
Shathan even references the Qun Athlock as a similar term that she is aware of, and tries to reach common ground and understanding with her daughter.
Under the Qun, the term for one whose gender does not match the one given to them at birth was a Qunathlok. Perhaps you are like that.
Why do you have to keep picking at it? Why can't you just be happy for me?
Evatash, Shakrato Ebra.
So I'm supposed to struggle with who I am? Even if I don't feel like I fit, even if I feel wrong?
No, you misunderstood.
Then say it better! Why am I never enough for you?
Taash completely overreacts as a result of this and accuses her mother of not accepting the state of things. Taash is the one that comes off as ignorant and dismissive here, not Shathan. And when Shathan politely excuses herself and leaves, the only thing we can say via the dialogue wheel to Taash is some form of affirmative statement or dissing Shathan. You have to be nice to Taash in this scene. You don't have a choice, like so many other times, which is not only infuriating but also belittling. Taash constantly behaves like a petulant and entitled child, throwing massive tantrums because someone won't acknowledge that her feelings are apparently what's most important in the world. And no, I don't care that I am not using or have been using her supposedly correct pronouns up until this point, because 1. Taash is a made-up character. I'm not insulting or demeaning anyone, cause she is not real. And 2, you would have to earn my respect by being a decent person for me to accept you for what you supposedly are, and by no stretch of the imagination has she done that. The second scene where Taash's pronouns are brought up in a significant way is during the equally infamous scene with her, Rook, Isabella, and Bellara, talking about the good old times in the Lords of Fortune, and I'm just gonna play you a few clips from the incredibly funny Dantix, because he puts it way better than I ever could.
The scene?
This is it.
Yep.
Seems pretty innocent. They're just sharing war stories.
Wait for it, Commander. You're gonna love it.
I'm not going to love it at all, am I?
Nope.
Wait, it's starting. Listen up.
She's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties. I was so proud.
Oh,
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
What are you doing?
Pulling a barb. So, when one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a barb.
So, the developers are telling us to punish ourselves if we misgender someone?
Yep. Lame, huh?
I'm confused. Push-ups don't sound so bad.
I'll take any excuse to get horizontal with you, darling.
Yuck.
I mean, the writers are using Isabella as a mouthpiece for their sanctimonious preaching, but it's pretty mild.
Huh. Just go ahead and select that option. Why not just apologize?
Okay.
Any reason you can't just apologize?
Sometimes people say, oops, sorry, and hope that fixes it. But they just want to get the whole thing over with. Trust me, I know.
What?
But pulling a barb, you sweat a little. Makes you think about it a little more. Shows the other person you mean it.
what if they mean it when they say they're sorry, though?
And that's the other reason. Some people mess up and get all dramatic. They make it about them. Oh, you know, I didn't mean it right. I'd never do that on purpose.
Is this actually happening?
They feel so bad about it that it's on everyone else to smooth it over and make them feel better.
Oh, okay. Yes, some people might do that.
Wow.
Pulling a barb puts it on the person who screwed up. They made the mess, they fix it, done.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm about to fucking say this. Caden was right.
Had to die to finally hear that. Feels good.
So let me see if I got this right. Check me if I'm wrong here, but they're saying that apologizing for misgendering someone isn't fucking good enough?
Yeah, and you need to punish yourself.
And not even twisting the words here. You'd be taking victimhood away from the asshole you wronged by really meaning your apology.
I just don't understand why anyone would put this in a game.
This is how you turn people against your cause.
Maybe it was intentional.
Fuck me. You telling me you have no choice here either? All three options are supporting this shit.
Improve yourself, Shepard, you bigot.
There are even several times in the game where she calls people out for not respecting her and what she wants to be, but then she does exactly that to Emmrich just because she doesn't have the same interests as him.
Wait, hold up a second. Remember that scene before with that necrophiliac asshole?
Oh, yes! Reload back to that!
Whoa, calm the fuck down. ED, reload the scene.
Acknowledged. Save file reloading.
It's Emmrich, Taash. My name is Emmrich, not Death Mage, not Corpse Guy, not... I won't repeat the rest.
What? You are a death mage.
So by her logic, it would be okay if I said what? You are a woman.
Exactly.
Look, this bitch is a hypocrite. But we shouldn't say things like that to people just wanting love and support.
Respect is earned.
Or lost, in your case.
So this Taash bitch is not only a belligerent, insufferable child. They don't stick to the principles that the game is so thoroughly preaching to us.
Drop down and give me 10, Commander.
The worst part is that this is the only time Emmrich loses his cool.
True.
If you idiots shut up for a second, you would have heard the bitch telling him his whole career and interests are not okay. That it's all wrong.
Yes, which supports the point I was gonna make. Her attitude deserves a punch in the face, but everyone seems to bend over backwards to excuse and support it.
Emmrich even tries to reach common ground here after she takes a dump on his very existence.
As mentioned before, companion conflicts in this game is just kindergarten shit.
Wait, this isn't the only time she's a hypocrite. Remember when she aggressively says, "You don't get to tell me what I am"?
Wait, Edie, reload the bitch's introduction scene.
Acknowledged.
What are you up to, Shepard?
Save file reloading.
Why we gotta relive this shit?
This right here. This was the moment I thought, hot damn, we're getting a badass dragon slayer on our squad.
But then the belligerent, entitled brat started talking.
Exactly. We could have gotten a badass dragon slayer who we roam around with, hunting and tracking dangerous city-ending prey that just so happens to be non-binary.
Sounds badass.
Instead, we get this.
Hey.
An antsy teen with mummy issues.
And if we want to go down to the nitty-gritty of it, her being non-binary and embracing either of the cultures relevant to her doesn't really make sense either from a lore perspective anyway. Rivaini culture is extremely matriarchal, and Rivaini women have a long tradition of being proud of their sex and the power that they wield in their society. I'm thinking, of course, of the different types of seers in the country, the Queen of Rivain, and so on and so forth. The Rivaini believe that women are the best suited to rule. By this logic, Taash, if she decided to embrace Rivaini culture, would have absolutely no problem with being a woman. She would be ecstatic, in fact, that she is female. And the Qun, on the other hand, is very conservative when it comes to gender roles. Or at least it was until the whole retcon with the Akun Athlock thing that was introduced in Inquisition. Once again, a topic for another time. If you want me to make a video about it, comment down below, I guess. If she embraced the Qun, she would be disinclined to be a warrior at all, since women aren't warriors in the Qun, except for members of the Ben Hasrath, and she would probably be disenfranchised with the whole non-binary idea as well. She might follow her mother's reformed version of the Qun, however, but even so, would it not fit more if she, for example, embraced parts of Tevinter culture instead, to affirm her non-binary identity, since that culture is what has espoused the most modern concepts around gender in this game? Or if she became a Talvashoth and threw off the yoke of the Qun entirely. To get back on the road here, in regards to the story, one of the Antam warlords, calling himself the Dragon King, a name Taash gets a bit too much hung up on, considering that high dragons are female, tries to get to Taash by kidnapping Shathan and luring Taash and Rook to his hideout with this obvious bait. It's also revealed that he himself is a fire breather, and that he plans to claim both Taash and the ancient tablet so that he can give them to the Evanuris. During this confrontation, Shathan is slain by the Dragon King, but we avenge her by killing both him and his pet dragon. At the end of her personal storyline, we engage with the quest Words of Fire, where we finally translate the stone tablet and find out what secrets has been kept from us this entire time. The secret text of the tablet is revealed by Taash's fire breathing, but we still need someone who can translate the text. If we wanted her to become more Rivaini, we meet up with a Rivaini seer, and if we chose to remain Qunari in culture, a Qunari linguist will meet up with us. After its secretive meaning is revealed by Taash's fire, a number of interesting things are revealed about the Qunari as a whole. The fire breathers are known as Adari within Qunari society, and are exceptionally rare individuals. Normally recruited straight into the Antam under the Qun, the tablet revealed the origins of the Adari. The words of the tablet were, as mentioned, revealed by Dragonfire, and they were apparently written with that in mind, and heeds the reader to not trust anything that is not written in the same way. The text speaks of the creation of the Adari by the ancient Qunari with the use of dragon blood. Exactly how they were created is unclear. The purpose of the Adari was to help combat an ancient evil known as the Devouring Storm in the text. This enemy was the reason that the Qunari fled from across the ocean to the shores of Thedas in the first place, to escape this devouring storm. And according to the tablet, some sort of sickness followed the Qunari to Thedas, making them perish from that as well. The tablet's text also implies that the ancient enemy, the Devouring Storm, will eventually follow the Qunari across the sea, and so the threat continues to loom on the horizon. The knowledge regarding the threat of this ancient enemy and of the Adari were lost to the Qunari overall, and mainly preserved in the word of these ancient and rare tablets. As I've said before, everything in this questline besides Taash is more interesting than Taash herself. The fact that she is far from likable or in any way endearing doesn't make you as a player become more susceptible to her struggles or accepting her personality or gender identity. It instead has the exact opposite effect.
You gotta make your characters likable before you get them preaching, or it'll have the opposite effect.
Right, we're done. Now I don't have to talk about this trash heap of a character anymore. Let's move on to the last companion. Davrin's companion quest revolves around him deepening and strengthening his bond with the griffin Asan, as well as trying to locate the rest of Asan's siblings and stop the Gloomhowler. It does fall short in some ways, however. Throughout the quests where we focus on Asan, we meet a Dalish elf from Davrin's former clan called Eldrin, who Davrin grew up with, was mentored by, and considers his uncle. The gang discovers a new aspect to the griffins that were unknown previously: their protective and caring nature, and their ability to nurture and protect other creatures beside themselves and their own species. These moments are really cool and interesting. It is with the other missions in the quest line where the disappointing stuff shows up. In one of the main missions, linked to Davrin's questline, we explore an old warden readout in the Anderfels known as the Cauldron, where all types of secret relics and items have been hidden away throughout the ages. The Gloomhowler has been sighted here, and we investigate. To our horror, we find what the monster is looking for: the blood of an archdemon. Because in the Cauldron, the skeletal remains of the archdemon Zazakel from the Fourth Blight is preserved. Which is not a thing I expected on my Dragon Age bingo card, but kinda cool, nonetheless. The Gloomhowler manages to escape the ensuing fight, but she reveals part of her plan: to use the blood in some sort of ritual performed on the rest of the griffins, for their protection. This makes more sense when we, in a following quest, meet a person that reveals the origins of the Gloomhowler. That person is Valia from the Last Flight book, and she tells us all about who the Gloomhowler actually is. She doesn't really look like Valia, though, come to think of it. At least, not the way she's portrayed in the comic book version of the book. Why does she look so different? Anyway, the Gloomhowler's original identity was the Warden Isaiah, sister to Garahel, and the mage originally, though inadvertently, it should be stated, responsible for the blood magic modified joining ritual that led to the extinction of the griffins in the aftermath of the Fourth Blight. Isaiah had also been the one who, after realizing the scope of her mistakes, saved the last 13 griffin eggs in the first place, cleansing them from corruption and putting them in magical suspended animation, where they were found more than 400 years later in 942 Dragon, by Valia and her pals. After this last good deed, Isaiah set off on her calling, and throughout the years the Darkspawn taint deteriorated both her mind and body until she turned into a ghoul, unrecognizable from her previous self. She evolved into the Gloomhowler, and also developed the ability to control Darkspawn to some extent. She still retains parts of her mind, however, memories of the griffins in particular. It's a shame, then, that a lot of this information doesn't come to light or is even mentioned in the questline. Sure, Valia tells you a bit about how Isaiah blighted the last griffins to make them more effective in battle, that her rituals used blood magic, and that the last griffins turned feral from this, but never goes into detail about why she did it. She was trying to create a joining ritual for the griffins so that they, like the wardens they worked with, could be more resistant to the taint. But this process backfired, and the griffins became more aggressive and feral and had to be put down. All of this is explained in the Last Flight book, but information about this in the game is very vague. We finally locate the Gloomhowler's hideout in the Deep Roads, and what we find is just so over the top that it almost becomes silly. Apparently, the Gloomhowler managed to corrupt a bunch of other Grey Wardens and manipulate them into working for her, and with them, she built an almost exact copy of the entire fortress of Weisshaupt in the Deep Roads, down to the exact rooms of the real fortress. I mean, how do you even manage to do all this in secret? And an exact copy as well? Come on. In this blighted version of Weisshaupt, we find the first warden, Jowin Glastrom, who apparently didn't die at all earlier, but was instead kidnapped by the Gloomhauler after getting shanked by Gillenane. Okay. Depending on how we dealt with him earlier, he helps us if we talked him down, revealing that the Gloomhauler still retains some fond memories of her old griffin, Revas, and that one of its feathers is located in the room. Maybe we can use that to our advantage. He then, redeemed, demands to die with honor, and Davrin mercy kills him. If we decided to knock him out cold, he is instead lost to the Blight entirely when we encounter him, shouting and giving orders to soldiers that are not there, and Davrin kills him here as well to put him out of his misery. The feather cannot be found if this path was chosen. During the final confrontation with the Gloomhauler, we find the captured griffins and Isaiah's plan is revealed. She plans to blighten these griffins in the exact same way as she did all those years ago, and now, in her twisted mind, this will keep them safe. This is just a really boring evil plan. At least I thought as much when it was first revealed to me. What, you're gonna do the exact same thing, finishing what you've started? From an in-game perspective, it makes a bit more sense, but from a writer perspective, you are just copying plot points from other Dragon Age media and reusing them, which is not creative at all. It's boring. After a little boss fight, we can finally confront Isaiah. If we try to convince her to stop by showing Isaiah the feather, she realizes what she has done and lets the griffins and you go. Just like that. If you don't show her the feather, or if you were not aware of it, Asan distracts her before Davrin manages to kill her. After you set the griffins free, you all meet in the Arlathan forest some time later, where Rook gets the final say in what should be done with the last 13 living griffins of Thedas. Should they be reintegrated into the Grey Warden Order, or what's left of it at least, or should they embrace their more nurturing and protective nature and become guardians of the nature and creatures of the Arlathan forest? Regardless of what you choose, Asan decides to stay with Davrin and the Veilguard instead of his siblings until their mission comes to an end. This questline was decent, but lacked in certain critical areas, such as detailed information about context and previous events, as well as some just lackluster story moments. To give the player the choice to decide what becomes of the new griffins that are left is nice, and it is implied to have story implications for potential future Dragon Age games, but we don't see the consequences of this action in more than some cutscenes or snippets of dialogue. Regardless, Davrin as a companion is now ready for what is to come. Now that we're done with the companion quests, let's get back to the main quest. After Weisshaupt, the Veilguard and their allies looked for ways to strike back against the gods and improve their own morale. And when they get news that the dragon that escaped them in either Minrathous or Treviso might be located in the Hosberg wetlands, they gather their allies to take it down. The following cutscenes are decent, but I don't know if it's the game's art style or something else that puts me off. But it does not feel as serious or intense as it could be. I'm comparing this with cutscenes from previous games like Adamant Fortress or the Battle of Ostagar. It's just not as intense. Anyway, we seem to have cornered the dragon that attacked the city, Seartooth Virantus the Fire Dragon if we saved Minrathous, or Corius the Ice Talon if we defended Treviso. The fight against the dragon has two phases. After we brought the dragon's HP down, Gillenane reveals herself to spring an ambush on us, heals the first dragon, and the second dragon in question shows up and joins the fight as well. After we have brought the two beasts down somewhat in health, we receive reinforcements, either from the Shadow Dragons led by the Viper or the Antivan Crows led by Viago, depending on which city we saved. With either enchanted or poisoned ballista bolts, respectively, we now get the option to use the ballista bolts in the fight to expose the dragon's weak points in combat. We eventually beat the dragons and Rook manages to wound Gillenane with a ballista shot. But just as we are about to encircle her, she is saved by Elganon, who makes his first real appearance in the game where we can actually clearly see his face and body. Saving his sister, Revealing that they yet have crucial work to accomplish in Arlathan, he teleports both him and Gillenane out of there. The battle is won and the enemy's dragons have been slain, but the masters of those beasts are still out there, as the next part of the main quest leads us to Arlathan. It's nice that the city we sided with gets to strike back against the antagonists, and we as the players, as well as the characters, get a little morale boost after the devastating loss that was the previous Siege of Weisshaupt. As we advance the storyline, we also get to decide who gets to rule over the Tevinter Imperium. After the defeat of Knight Commander Lenos in the Soul of a City quest, there is an opportunity for change in Tevinter, as we discover a list of a number of magisters in the Magisterium that are backed by or support the Venatori, nearly a quarter of the Magisterium's members. After the assassination of the previous Archon Rhodonis by the Venatori, the seat of the Archon is empty, and with this list as leverage, one could potentially claim their place as the next Archon. Dorian and Maevaris, the two candidates for the throne who are ready to seize power at this point, have differing approaches to how they would like to get things done. Dorian is a hardliner, wanting to subvert the political body of the Imperium to destroy their political enemies with this information. Since the political machine is rigged against them, Dorian says, they have to radically work outside of it with somewhat underhanded tactics in order to seize power and enact real change. Maevaris, on the other hand, is a bit of a romantic, still believing in the system despite it having burned her in the past. May wants to spread the information to the public and let them know that they try to enact political change with the backing of the people and the system. Dorian considers this naive, as that has already been tried before with the Lucerni. In any case, you get to decide who finally ends up on the throne of Tevinter. You can ask the two candidates how and in which way they will rule, as well as seeking counsel from other Tevinter characters like Tarquin, Viper, and Neve before making a decision. Regardless of who you choose, the other person not chosen accepts the choice graciously and supports the decision nonetheless. This is a bit like the choice with the griffons. It's cool that we can make it, and it has lore implications for later in the game and future Dragon Age games, but we don't see a lot of what this choice results in the game after this. Also, this is not how an Archon is normally chosen. If the last Archon did not proclaim an heir before he died, the Magisterium votes on the next Archon, but the next Archon cannot be anyone who is currently a member of the Magisterium or the Chantry. May was kicked out of the Magisterium, fair, but Dorian is still a member of the Magisterium and should not be eligible to become Archon at all. I do get that in desperate times radical measures need to be taken, and I get that the writers wanted to streamline this for the simplicity of the story, however, so it didn't get convoluted. Anyway, Tevinter has a new Archon now, a very progressive one at that, if we compare them to any of their predecessors, regardless of who you choose. The following couple of main quests lead up to the one called Blood of Arlathan. A great number of elves have been kidnapped from the local Dalish tribes by the Venatori, and have been taken to a region of Arlathan forest known as the Crater. In the crater lies an old temple of the sun. We infiltrate the gathering with the entire force of the Veilguard along with Strife and Irilin. The plan is to sneak in there, find the prisoners and release them before something happens to them. It's strange then, when all the Veilguard, including Rook and his gang, are infiltrating the Venatori gathering, wearing Venatori uniforms, but nothing to cover their faces or heads with. Neve even stands and talks about the plan openly just a couple of meters from the Venatori members. What kind of dumb reasoning is there behind this? At this point in the game, you have encountered the Venatori on multiple occasions and killed dozens, if not hundreds, of their organization. The Venatori knows what the Veilguard is, and they presumably know what the members look like. Why would you walk right into a gathering of enemies that you are trying to infiltrate, who reasonably should know who you are, with your faces not covered for all to see? And don't give me some bullshit excuse like the player having to see the faces of the characters to know who they are. That's nonsense. Did none of the writers or any of the developers bring this up as a huge inconsistency and just dumb thing to be in the game? Despite our catastrophic stealth strategy, we finally find out what is going on. Elganon, who is at the gathering, reveals his own dragon thrall to the gathered Venatori. Using the old god name of Lucanis, he invokes this part of old Tevinter religion and history to manipulate the masses further, and the Venatori swallow it hook, line, and sinker. Elganon plans to sacrifice the captured elves to his dragon thrall to fully restore its power. He also has the ability to speak into the minds of his followers and everyone else gathered there, including the Veilguard members. Right in the middle of Elganon's oration, most of the Veilguard have been spellbound by his mind-controlling spell, but Neve and Bellara uses their magic to break the spell, so that Rook and the others can sneak further into the temple. Which seems kinda convenient, to be honest. Elganon is using ancient and powerful elven magic that the two of them manages to break with seemingly little effort together. This does somewhat reveal the party to Elganon as he notices that someone has broken his mind control. He sends forces after us as Rook and the others battle a mix of Venatori and Darkspawn until they come to a place deep in the temple. There, they are trapped in some kind of magical trap, set by Elganon, where they are unable to get out of a narrow, dark pathway that slowly fills with blight. All seems lost, until Solas contacts Rook in his mind. Elganon's magic seems to have weakened the veil and allows Solas to aid Rook to get out of the trap. How does he do that? By tearing a magical hole in the trap while at the same time distracting Elganon by chewing him out like you wouldn't believe.
Elganon, Lethalin, Ma Banal Avanuris, Masaline Algalana?
Van Harel, you have no power here.
The dialogue between Elganon and Solas is the best part of this quest in my opinion, because it showcases the different standpoints of these two ancient beings who have a very close relation to each other and at the same time loathe one another something fierce.
Once the Blight is free, it will rule this world, and you will be its attack dog. You will burn this world at its command, as Andrul did in yours, and you will leave only ruin behind you.
This world is ruined already. Your veil destroyed it.
You could heal it. You have the strength to repair the damage without using the Blight.
Save your games for the mortal's dread wolf. The Blight is my blade, and it will take more than your tricks to get me to lay it down. Your whining comes from envy, Fenharel, but it does not have to be so. There is a place for you at my side in a new, glorious empire.
But it will not have Alluvians, will it? Juné built them, and now he is dead. Our great cities came from Sileis, our deepest mysteries from Dirthaman.
I will restore it all. Their achievements will not be lost.
You were a bully who ruled over what others had built, and now the others are gone. Who do you have left? Gillenane? You cannot rebuild the world by stitching together monsters.
It's fascinating talk, and gives us an insight into the eons-long enmity held between the two of them. Finally, managing to find the elven prisoners, Solas guides Rook and the others to one of his old warded hideouts, where the Dalish will be safe from Elganon's gaze. Frustrated at the escape of his intended sacrifices, Elganon instead sacrifices the gathered Venatori to Lucanis to fully restore the dragon's power instead. After the return to the lighthouse, the team recuperates, and Rook has another talk with Solas. This one is interesting as you have the chance to earn Solas's trust if you have decided to take a more friendly approach with him up until now. Even more interesting is the information he shares with you if you are an elf, about him being glad to help the Dalish escape despite his frustrations with them in the past. Having lived through the ancient times, leading a rebellion against tyrannical gods, only to wake up thousands of years later to find that those who remember a fraction of the past got most of it wrong and calls you a trickster and deceiver, might do that to you. Understandable, I guess. He also compliments you on building up the team and the camaraderie Rook shares with them, while dropping some interesting details about his time in the Inquisition. Going forward, Solas tells us that the dagger the two gods are working on will most likely be used at the next eclipse, since Elganon's power is tied to light and darkness. Giving us some time to work with, we head back to the waking world and confer with our team. Only the crows seem to have a lead on where the Evanuris might have gone, and the Inquisitor wants to meet up with us in Minrathous as well. Before moving on, I should talk a bit about the game's soundtrack. Now, Hans Zimmer, the world-renowned composer having created scores for movies like Gladiator, Batman, The Lion King, and most recently the Dune movies, among others, apparently considered this game a bit of a side quest and decided to make its soundtrack together with Lorne Balfe. And you seldom go wrong with these two, as most of the songs in the soundtrack are decent to good. Epic in scale, intense and hard-hitting when they need to be, somber and sad when it's fitting. Solas' theme, The Dread Wolf, and Elganon's Eldest of the Sun, are great. I did unfortunately peek into the comment section on that last one, and I just...
Stop it. Get some help.
There are, however, unfortunately, a few songs that at least raise my eyebrows somewhat as well. Some of the songs sound very futuristic and almost sci-fi inspired, and it doesn't mix very well with the fantasy world it's trying to represent, in my opinion. I'm mostly thinking of the songs that play in Minrathous, and during the quest Sea of Blood, when you recruit Lucanis in this regard. Then there are tracks that just mix in totally different genres, like Varric's One Battle at a Time, where it's very Western inspired. which, sure, I guess he shoots a crossbow, but come on, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? All in all, Balfe and Zimmer do a good job with the soundtrack. It doesn't manage to capture the same awesome fantasy feel like Inon Zur or Trevor Morris did with the last games, but it's okay, nonetheless. We meet up with the Inquisitor at the inn in Minrathous to have a little heart-to-heart about his or her opinions on Solas and the mission in front of them. Depending on your Inquisitor's relation to Solas, there are different dialogue available, and we get an insight if the Inquisitor wants to redeem or defeat the Dread Wolf. Maybe even reunite with a lost lover. Once again, if the rest of the choices from the series were in here, this moment could have been so much better, but here we have to do with what we are offered. And under the circumstances, it's not that bad. We later meet with the crows in Treviso to follow up on their lead. Apparently, an informant has approached them regarding the whereabouts of the gods, and are willing to meet at the cafe we have visited before. The informant in question turns out to be Butcher Dathrata himself, the Antam warlord leading the occupation of Treviso. Now this is a very interesting part of the game, because this section starts off very differently than one might expect. Surrounded by Antam soldiers, the Butcher invites you to sit with him, and you are at once, as a player, struck with how much of a presence this antagonist has. He looks frightening, his presence is intimidating, and his voice is deep and resonant.
There's money being made by the occupation, but not by me. I said Treviso was the trap, and I meant it. The jewel of Antiva. She sings even while caged. Such purity in every stone. It's trapped in my heart. I love this city.
This guy just oozes villain in the most perfect way. That he is introduced this late in the game, close up, is actually a real shame. He very cordially describes Treviso as a jewel of a city that he has fallen in love with, that its own corrupt leaders do not deserve its beauty, and that Rook and the Crows are worthy opponents, true to their roles. It is implied in several codices that the Butcher is one of the most charismatic and intelligent Antam warlords, willing to use his newfound influence to build a new sort of organized power base on the mainland, in comparison to some of the more disorganized and piratical of the other warlords. He is prone to take advantage of his newfound freedom from the Qun to not be shackled by its restrictions anymore, and enjoys the freedoms that many Thedosians enjoy outside of the Qun. And that makes him somewhat careless and indulgent, but also ruthless and efficient when he needs to be. He seems to be affected by the Blight's taint, and tries to withstand the influence of the gods somewhat, saying that if he loses control fully, he will become their monster, and most likely lose the city. But if that happens, he will also know where the gods are going to perform their ritual. So, at first glance, the conversation seems at first to lead to some sort of choice or potential deal with the Butcher that Rook will be able to make with him. Now, this would have been a very interesting way to turn the story on its head a bit. Maybe if you have to come up with some sort of deal with the Antam forces wherein you sell out the Crows for the information about the gods. For an evil character, that would have been a very interesting RPG alternative. Or you try to find some sort of way to hold the taint back in the Butcher's body for long enough so that he can reveal the location of the gods. Maybe if you refuse him, you have to find another way to the gods which is more difficult but more good-aligned than evil. Something along these lines would have been an interesting thing to offer the player as an impactful choice that not only would affect the world, but also the factions and companions involved. Does the game do any of these things? Come on, you should know this by now. Instead, this is what happens with this scene and all this build-up. The Butcher says to us that we must prove ourselves worthy of Treviso by fighting him and save the city from those who sold it out to him before storming off, leaving us to fight his guards. Gradually losing himself to the Blight, we end up fighting him at the Drowned District. And he's just a normal Antam Reaver, not some special boss with special abilities or any of that stuff, just a standard enemy. And we just kill him, and he gives up the location for where the gods are holding their ritual. A place called Tearstone Island. That's it. No special boss fight, no interesting choices or branching pathways, just a huge anticlimax. And of course, after his death, surprise surprise, it's revealed that Governor Evenchi was the one who sold the city out to the Antam in the first place. This had to be the most obvious plot twist out there, because you were able to see it from miles away. This is also a lost opportunity on the writer's part, because here they could have brought in an interesting point about how Antiva, as a country, is ruled and the potential conflicts between the actual governing bodies of the country and the Crows. The Antivan Crows basically puppeteers the rulers of Antiva, its monarchs and governors, and keeps threatening them with bloody murder if they don't toe the line. They have done this for centuries. A great opportunity to showcase some morally grey choices and characters would have been if, for example, Evenchi gave the city to the Antam in exchange for some type of vassalship under the Antam. What if the Antam had promised Treviso or Antiva as a whole true sovereignty under their protection and an end to the rule of the Crows? What if Evenchi wanted a city free from the mob rule of the Crows and misguidedly went to the Antam to achieve that? In the first scene where he is introduced, he talks about the city requiring governance instead of Crow rule. You are of course unable to agree with him because already the game puts him up as a hostile NPC towards the Crows, but I was sitting there when this scene was first happening and going, yeah, he is right, you know. The city should have proper governance and not be manipulated by the Crows. He's out of line, but he's right. Because now Evenchi just betrays the city because he's evil and allied with the Evanuris. And as I mentioned before, this game portrays the Crows as something they really are not in actual lore. So having something go against that positive outlook would ruin the facade the writers have built up around the Crows. Anyway, we deal with Evenchi in a later quest, and the Crows are back in control of the city again, so that's that. I can't be bothered to go into detail on those quests because it's just so boring and predictable. The important thing is that the Veilguard now have a location that they can focus on, where the gods will perform their ritual. A nondescript location called Tearstone Island. Alright, we're in the home stretch now. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Just a bit more and we will be at the finish line. Let's go, guys. Rook and the Veilguard meet up to discuss how to get to the nondescript Tearstone Island. I mean, is it outside of Rivain, like it says on the wiki? Is it somewhere else? We basically only get the name and that's it. With the next eclipse a mere month away, the group and their allies need a plan. It's finally decided to contact the allied factions, including the Inquisitor in the south, order them to make as much noise as they can, and while that distracts the forces of the Evanuris, the Veilguard will make for the island in a single small boat by themselves. As the Antam Navy will patrol the area, they are less likely to spot one small vessel than a whole fleet of allied ships. This is the time to finish all remaining side quests, upgrade gear and armor, etc., because the following quest is the game's point of no return. An appreciated section that warns the player that story and gameplay-wise, this is the beginning of the end for the game overall. By starting the next mission when plans align, we set this in motion, and the game warns us about what we are about to embark upon, as well as gives us an indication about the disposition of our team and allied factions. As we sit and talk with Morrigan about the plan, and that we have weeks to prepare before the gods can finish the dagger, shouting is heard from outside. We see the moon literally being pulled across the sky in front of the sun to create an eclipse right in front of our eyes. Elganon has used his godlike powers to gain an enormous advantage and has thrown the plan into complete disarray. This is the kind of power I expect from a god of the ancient elves, and in this scene, Elganon delivers. Saying she will find the Inquisitor as fast as possible, Morrigan wishes us good luck, and Rook returns to the lighthouse and the team. With mere hours before the gods can finish the dagger and flood the world with a blight, the Veilguard needs to get to the island as quick as possible. You get one final chance as Rook to go around and speak to all companions before you finally head out. The eclipse as we see it and will see it now at the end of the game is actually very imposing and cool, and serves its purpose to signal that in a very fitting and dramatic way that the end is drawing near. As far as building tension goes, this series of quests and the rest of the ending of this game actually does a really good job. As we land on Tearstone Island with the whole team, we notice that a large force of Antam are camped on the island as well. In order to divert some attention away from the main team commanded by Rook, the player gets to decide who leads the diversionary team that distracts the Antam, Harding or Davrin. This choice, compared to others like previously in the game, actually have consequences to it later in the quest. After making that decision, we are off. The plan is to kill Gillenane first, since she is now mortal, and then go after Elganon before he can finish the dagger and tear open the veil. The origins of the island is unclear. It's filled with what looks to be ruins of elven palaces. As we advance further into the island, we encounter resistance in the form of Antam warriors. If we have strengthened our factions enough and completed certain relevant quests, the Antam forces are spread thin, and they have been forced to recruit human mercenaries to fill their ranks. And that's a nice little detail. We see a large explosion as well from the direction of the Antam camp, making it clear that the other team are taking care of the rest of the Antam forces. As we get further and further into the stronghold, both the gods become aware of our presence and sends foes to meet us while taunting us at the same time. Fade rifts start to appear from all the magical power released from the creation of the Red Lyrium dagger. As the two teams rejoin each other in the following chamber, they notice magical wards amplified by blood magic, blocking their way out. Bellara says that she can dispel the magic, but Neve interjects and claims that she should be the one to do it, since she knows how to counter blood magic best. It is once again up to Rook who dispels the wards here, and the one that is chosen is in for a nasty surprise, as just as they do so and the team gets ready to move on, a blight tentacle appears from the Illuvion behind them as Elganon snatches either Neve or Bellara away to an unsure fate. Rook and the rest of the team scrambles into action in order to reach the gods and hopefully get their friend back. This is how it's supposed to be. Actions that have clear and proper consequences, building the tension at the same time. This is how it should be, and if more of this had existed previously in the game, it would have been much better. But we are nearing the end of the game, so having these kinds of things here makes sense as well. The team makes the last advance towards Gillenane, and to be fair, her boss fight is at least a bit different from many others in the game. The other group gets there earlier, but are overwhelmed, as are your team when Gillenane snatches your companions from the shadows, and you have to start the boss fight fighting her alone. This is sadly the standard break the boss shield by destroying points around the area shtick, but here you at least have to free your companions first before you can actively start hurting the boss. You find the place where Lucanis is held, and you try to get him loose, but in doing so, Rook is snatched up by Gillenane. Lucanis tried to pull the stunt he did back at Weisshaupt with a dagger, but is stopped again, and all seems to be over. But then, either Harding or Davrin manages to sneak up behind Gillenane and distract her for long enough for Lucanis to break free and finish the job. This results in either Harding or Davrin plus Asan dying and falling into the pool of blight underneath. So here, your choice actually mattered. This is the finality that I am talking about.
Plans!
Elganon witnesses the death of his sister and teleports away, while our dagger is stuck in Gilnenain's body and actively tearing the veil open. Rook goes for the dagger and rips it out, and it is here that the Dread Wolf pulls one of his many tricks on us to get himself out of his prison. Anticipating a disturbance in the Vale with the death of Gilnenain and the emotional damage caused by the death and loss of Rook's friends, Solas lives up to his name as the Trickster God and uses this opportunity to switch places with Rook. Solas emerges out of his prison in the Fade, while Rook finds him or herself stuck in a prison in the Fade, crafted to hold gods and to relive past regrets as punishment. Facing the false doubts of his teammates as well as the condemnation of either Harding or Davrin as well as Bellara or Neve for what your choices as Rook have cost them. Desperately trying to find a way out of this prison, you are finally faced with one of the game's big revelations and plot twists. Varric died in his confrontation with Solas at the start of the game, and have been dead throughout the entire game. The Varric we have seen throughout the game have been a manipulation of Rook's mind by Solas. Which is a bit strange, to be honest, that the game just pulls a Sixth Sense on us like that. Are you seriously telling me that neither Neve nor Harding or any of the other companions during this entire time didn't tell Rook that Varric had died in their first encounter with Solas? Or that it has never been brought up in a conversation before? Like Rook going, hey, I'm gonna go check how Varric is handling his injuries, and none of the companions went, yeah, about that. Sure, it could just be Solas manipulating his mind, so he wouldn't ask that, but it just feels a bit odd, and strangely coincidental that none of this would have been brought up until this moment. Varric's memory, I guess, shows up in the prison, however, and if there is one good thing to this, it's that we get to say goodbye to our dear friend Varric. It's just sad that Hawk isn't there, or is mentioned, or any of the others from Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition. Even after having been killed by him, Varric still holds out hope for Solas at the end, claiming that he wants to be a hero deep inside, but it's much easier for him to play the villain. Which is very true in Solas' case. Rook eventually manages to face his regrets and does the thing that Solas never managed to do in this prison: move on from his regrets and mistakes. Through a Fade Rift, Rook is pulled back to the material world by his friends. While this has happened, Elganon has made his final move in anticipation for his ultimate victory, conquering and blighting Minrathous. Told to us in a pretty baller cutscene, we are also informed by the Veilguard that Minrathous and the Palace of the Archon, where Elganon now resides, is firmly in the enemy's grasp. No word from the Shadow Dragons have reached them, but there have been reports of Solas appearing in the city and rallying people behind him. As we need Solas' dagger back to end all this madness, the Veilguard and all of its remaining allies gather for the final battle of the Sixth Blight, as the endgame is now truly upon us. But before we reach the end of this game, we have to go through one of the most egregious and disrespectful things that this game and its writers and developers have done. I am of course talking about the Battle of the South, the defense of the South by the Inquisitor, and what happens in the rest of Thedas while the events of Veilguard are happening in the north. As the Evanuris attacks the northern parts of Thedas, the defense of the southern part of the continent is in the hands of the Inquisitor. It is his or her job to rally all the different nations and factions of the south to defend against the forces of the Sixth Blight, which becomes evident in the game when we first meet our Inquisitor. Updates on how the war is going during the game comes to you in the form of missives written by the Inquisitor. For the sake of brevity, here is a quick summary of what happens in the south during the course of the game. The attack on the south was first and foremost carried out by the proxies of the Evanuris at the start of the war, the Venatori in Orlais, as they made common cause with a splinter faction within the Orlesian nobility, and causing a civil war that destabilized the nation. And the Antam and its naval forces raiding and pillaging the coastlines of the south. The Darkspawn would, just like during the previous Blight, amass in huge numbers in the wilds south of Ostagar. Leading the defense of the south, apart from each separate nation and their respective armies of course, was the Inquisitor and what remained of the Inquisition, still using Skyhold as a base of operations. The Venatori, although managing to capture the Orlesian capital of Val Royeaux and launching attacks onto the Free Marches as far as Kirkwall, would eventually be fought to a standstill, and the Antam naval forces would be driven from the seas of the south with the help of Isabella and the Felicissima Armada. The armies of the Free Marches would even unite under one banner to march south to their allies' assistance after dealing with many of their own problems. It would be the threat of the Blight and the Darkspawn falling upon southern Ferelden that would result in the hardest blow for the south. The Blight would consume much of eastern and southern Ferelden. Even the capital Denerim would fall to its corruption. Where the Taint had been active during the previous Blight, almost as if it had laid dormant for years, it sprung up as the Sixth Blight progressed. Through an alliance brokered by the Inquisitor between Orzammar, the Avars, and the Chastened tribes, the leaders of Ferelden managed to hold the Blight and the Darkspawn at bay for a long time. But eventually, the Darkspawn attacking Ferelden, previously a trickle but later an unstoppable flood, marshaled a horde which numbers were unheard of. Cities and villages in the south of the country were abandoned, and in the end the stronghold of Redcliffe could not hold out and fell to the enemy. The shores of Lake Callanhad writhed with corruption as the land sickened and died, leaving those Fereldans that might survive this catastrophe to succumb to starvation, if not slain by Darkspawn or corrupted by Blight. Skyhold housed refugees and stood firm against the Darkspawn onslaught, but supplies became fewer and fewer. Orzammar, if the reports are to be believed, hangs on by a thread, but reports have become few and far between. At the end of the Blight, as the forces of the Veilguard were preparing their assault on occupied Minrathous, and the eclipsed sun of Elganon hung in the sky, much of Ferelden, as well as parts of Orlais and the Free Marches, had been consumed by the Blight. Let's unpack this before I pop a blood vessel. First of all, why would you do this to the player? To the loyal Dragon Age fans who have been with you for this long. In many cases, ever since the days of Origins. Is this what John Epler meant when he talked about wiping the slate clean? Because it sure as hell looked like it. You just wiped away half of Thedas, so you didn't have to worry about those silly little choices that the player did in the previous games. Credit to the entire comment section on Koto's video that discusses exactly this. Go check out his video if you haven't. It's really good. Both him and the people in the comments hit the nail on the head perfectly. They didn't even try to reboot this shit. They just went scorched earth on this one. This is a level of disrespect for the previous games in the franchise that I think I have never seen. To just disregard and burn down everything that we as players and our characters did in the last couple of games and just wipe it away so that the new game and its narrative can become more convenient to them is just baffling. I am almost lost for words. With this change, basically nothing we did in the previous games matter anymore. What we did as the Warden when we saved Ferelden, with Hawk and the gang in Kirkwall, as the goddamn Inquisitor, it doesn't matter anymore. Why should we be invested in this world, or potential future games for that matter, if none of our choices mattered in the end? And just to be clear here, of course a blight of this scale would affect all of Thedas. I did not expect the continent to come out of this with no cuts or bruises, but to basically have the entirety of the South, and next onto everything we fought for in the previous games, just destroyed outright, is just unreasonable. And why was it handled off-screen like this? Why could we not take active part in it and help with it? In Mass Effect 3, the entire point of the multiplayer was to give the player a feeling of what was going on in the war as the main story progressed, and to take part in it. Even Inquisition's multiplayer had this idea in mind. Why were there not side quests that involved the South? The defense of the South could have even been a game in and of itself, and a chance for us to defend what we had fought so hard for in the past. And it all feels so hollow as well, since none of the choices of note that you made in the previous game have been imported to Veilguard. What, would the Venatori be able to instigate another civil war in Orlais if Celine or Gaspard were monarch, or any of the ladies who became divine were on that case? Would the king and queen of Ferelden not have anticipated another blight to come from exactly the same route as it did the last time if they were involved? Etc., etc. All of these variables that make up the intricate web that is the personalized world state of Dragon Age, completely disregarded. Shame on you, BioWare. Shame on you for what you have allowed yourself to become. Shame on you for letting these absolute cretins that dare to call themselves writers write the story of a game in this beloved franchise. With all that said, you might be surprised to hear me say that the final part of this game, leading up to the ending, is actually quite good. It's easily the best part of the game. Even though I hate what they did to the South, I have to say, credit where credit is due. I'm still wondering why the rest of the game couldn't have been like this, but I digress. Let's get this all over with. Before the final preparations, we have a chance to talk to our companions one last time before we head out to Minrathous. We are also informed during the previous cutscene that the Veilguard tried to replicate a lyrium dagger in Rook's absence while he was in the prison, but that it is not as potent as the real deal. Your companions are shaken by the loss of either Harding or Davrin or Neve and Bellara, and those who stood closest to them are regretful and blame themselves for not doing more. Saying goodbye to the companions who died, and going to where Varric used to be, only to find his clothes, his book, and the broken remains of Bianca. It's mournful and sad, as the tension for what is to come slowly builds up. Before the final meeting, you can also talk to your romantic interest, which will lead to an intimate scene. You gather your companions and allies and form a plan on how to assault the city of Minrathous, find Solas and his dagger, and then kill Elganon. But to do that, your army must first break through the defenses of Minrathous and into the city itself, something no army historically has ever managed to do before. 3 obstacles stand in your way: the magical wards protecting the gateway, the war mage commanding the Venatori forces at the gate, and lastly, the gigantic juggernaut standing in front of the gate. If the relevant quests were not completed, then Aelia will be there instead of the War Mage, and Hezenkos's Bone Golem will replace the Juggernaut. Here, Veilguard borrows from Mass Effect 2's suicide mission, in that you'll have to pick which one of your companions to go with which forces on each assignment, depending on their skills, abilities, and if they have become a hero of the Veilguard or not. Your influence with the different factions comes into play here as well, where a large amount of influence means that the faction have a lot of men at their disposal and can give more effective assistance in the fight, while low influence means the exact opposite. So how much influence you have garnered with the factions, as well as what companion quests you have completed, comes directly into play here. Although the help screen at each selection phase is a bit too much hand-holding for my taste, Veilguard actually pulls this off very well, and implements this system from a previous BioWare title to great effect. If you choose the right characters for the right place, everything goes quite smoothly, but if you choose the wrong characters for the wrong job, or if the companion's loyalty was not gained, the companion in question, along with some of the NPCs, will die during the mission, and make things even more difficult later on. However it happens, when Rook and his two companions get through the gate, they fight their way through the blighted city until they stumble upon Tarquin and the Viper fending off some blight tendrils. If our influence with the Shadow Dragons are low here, then Viper will be killed by one of the tendrils, but survives if our influence is high enough. We also see that the one holding the rest of the tendrils at bay is Solas himself, with his magic. Why doesn't he just rip the tendrils apart with his magic instead of just banging them against walls? The first alternative would have looked much cooler as well, in my opinion. Apologizing for trapping you, Solas suggests they should work together. Rook is a bit skeptical regardless of dialogue choice here, which for once is understandable, I guess, though to what degree you are angry at Solas is up to you to choose. Swearing that the veil will not fall by his hand, Solas accompanies us further into the city as we get closer to the Divine's Manor, where the blight tendril is connected to the Archon's palace in the sky. Solas tells us that some malign intelligence is guiding the tendrils, and have stopped him from advancing further before we got there. This is foreshadowing for what is to come, as we soon find out that either Bellara or Neve, depending on who got snatched back on Tearstone Island, is that very intelligence. We try to go after her into the Blight Mass, but Elganon's archdemon decides to show up and block our path. Solas then decides to take on the archdemon himself, while he gives Rook the dagger and encourages him to deal the killing blow to Elganon when the time is right.
We are out of time. I will defeat the Archdemon. Once Elganon is mortal, the final blow must be yours. I can think of no one better to wield this.
Just make sure the Archdemon is dead by the time I get to Elganon.
You will have what you need. Good luck. When next we meet, let us be standing over Elganon's body.
Yeah, that was really awesome. I'm gonna agree with Rex here from the Dantix video.
Why couldn't the whole fucking game be like that?
We get to Bellara, or Neve, but she has seemingly been taken over by the Blight, or the mind control of Elganon, maybe a mix of both. This turns into a boss fight, but instead of an interesting mini-boss like some kinda blighted Darkspawn version of Bellara or Neve, who controls tendrils and summons Darkspawn and stuff, what we actually get is yet another generic Bloodforge that attacks us along with some mobs. It's just so boring when there was a chance here to come up with a very unique and quite dark and scary mini-boss. I was expecting more from this, but that was my fault maybe, of expecting much from this game. After we defeat the mini-boss, we cut Bellara or Neve free, and she is surprisingly in control of her faculties, despite obviously having been corrupted by the Blight. It's a bit vague if she is a ghoul, a darkspawn, or something else entirely at this point. After getting saved by Morrigan and joining up with the Inquisitor and the rest of the gang, the united forces take a moment to rest before the final push. As the armies rest at the Divine's Manor, we have a chance to talk to all the major NPCs from the different factions. Additionally, we get the option to pay our respects to the dead by entering a room that they are using as a morgue. In this place, you will also find the remains of any companions who might have died up until this point. Now, this scene is supposed to be sorrowful and sad, but to me, it just came off as weird and not at all sincere, because Rook doesn't do anything to pay respects to the dead at all. We don't get any options to say any kind words or pray or do anything of the like. We don't even just silently stand still, because that would have actually been fitting. No, what Rook does in this scene to pay his respects is to just walk around aimlessly and awkwardly in the room, while sad music plays in the background. And then he just walks out. That doesn't feel right at all. As we gather for a final preparatory meeting, either Bellara or Neve tells us what she have realized when she was still connected to Elganon's mind. The veil is tied to his life force, the life force of the Evanuris. When Solas created the veil, he bound the life force of all elven gods to it to keep it stable. Literally. If Elganon, as the last of the Evanuris, dies, the veil will come crashing down with him. That is, unless someone of equal godly strength would take his place and keep the veil stable. Namely, Solas himself. We are therefore faced with a difficult task. To find a way to bind Solas' life force via blood magic to the veil after Elganon has been killed. That would mean either to fight Solas, wound him with the dagger, and bind him to the veil, but we also have the fake Lyrium dagger that the Veilguard constructed in Rook's absence. If we manage to trick Solas by giving him the fake version, then the magical backlash might give the group the chance that they need to bind him to the veil. There is also an opportunity, pointed out by the Inquisitor if they promised to save Solas, to make Solas see reason by using Mythal's essence that were procured in the Crossroads. Either way, we have the option to talk to our companions again before beginning the long climb up towards the Archon's palace. We also receive a gift from Morrigan, the Salvation of Felasan, a rune that we can use only during our fight with Elganon, and the strength of the rune depends on how much of the Crossroads we cleared from the god's influence. As we set out to climb the tendril, we are informed that the rest of the enemy forces in the city are closing in on the mansion, and that the remaining armies at your disposal will cover your back while you deal with Elganon. Just like in Mass Effect 2, you have to choose who stay behind to hold the line. The wrong or insufficient choice will prove fatal, and a low faction score will be devastating. After your choice, you start to climb with your chosen party, as the battle unfolds below, resulting in heroics or tragedy depending on the circumstances. We battle our way up towards the palace when Solas and the Archdemon shows up, tearing bloody chunks out of each other, flying around us. It's admittedly pretty cool. As Bellara or Neve realizes that Elganon are using the Magisters in the palace the same way she was used, and directing all the Blight's energy against the Dread Wolf, he requires her help to survive, and urges us to get to the throne room and deal with Elganon himself. And we find him. In the throne room, controlling every Magister and their magical power, as he has now given himself over fully to the Blight, and looks the part. Hideous and intimidating. And his boss fight is actually worthy of the name, using many different attacks and maneuvers while keeping you on your toes. As we clear the first phase of the boss fight, Solas in his wolf form shows up, bloodied and bruised, to attack the dragon thrall, but is grabbed by the tendrils before he can strike at it. As the dragon thrall holds Solas down, Elganon gloats at you that none can stand against him. As his second phase starts, he regains all his HP and plunges the battleground into darkness, while taunting you as he goes along.
I will show you mercy! Look at you. Your failures. You failed to save the wardens at Weisshaupt. You fled into Nevarra at Arlathan.
Finally, stopping your team with magic and forcing you to kneel, it seems like this is the end. But in that moment, either Bellara or Neve sneaks into the room and sits on the throne where Elganon sat before, wresting control of the Blight and freeing Solas before being swallowed by the tendrils. This gives Solas the chance he needs to kill the dragon, thus rendering Elganon mortal. As a wounded Solas turns back into an elf, Elganon turns his fiery rage towards us as the second phase of the boss fight continues. After bringing down his HP, we get a sweet little lightsaber battle between the two lyrium daggers, as Rook finally puts an end to the last elven god of the Evanuris. As we reel from the impact of Elganon's death, Solas now takes his chance to finish what he started at the beginning of the game. Claiming that he is sorry for this final betrayal and that he does not want to fight you, Rook manages to get a hold of the dagger, and we have one chance to decide how we want to deal with the Dreadwolf. If we decide to switch the dagger, we actually manage to trick the trickster god himself, as the magical backlash binds him to the veil, and he admits, at the end, that he has met his match.
Here's the real one. And now the veil is once again tied to the life force of an elven god.
Bested fairly by wits alone. I taught you well.
I didn't want it to come to this. If you'd been willing to listen.
You think yourself capable of judging me? I have faced things you could not possibly comprehend. You are a mortal! A mortal! And I am... I am a fool who finally met his match.
If we decide to fight him, we manage to overpower him together with our teammates, stab him, and bind him to the Veil and his own prison. Some of that old godly hubris shows up in the end as he's dragged into the Fade.
The final enchantments require a delicate touch.
Standing against you, and I am not alone. But you will be. The veil needs to be tied to the life force of an elven god. And now it is. Dread.
You sneer at me as though you understand. You are mortal compared to you, to your infinitesimal existence. I am a god!
The third ending is my favorite, where you actually convince him to stop and to willingly bind himself to the Veil. With the aid of the Inquisitor, if he or she promise to redeem him, and Morrigan, who channels the aspect of Mythal in just the right moment, this convinces Solas of his own wrongdoings, and he willingly, of his own accord, binds himself to the Veil to seek atonement for what he has done in the past, and thanks Rook in the process. If the Inquisitor was elven and had a romance with Solas, she will bear the burden with him, and follows him into the Fade to keep him company.
To do it,
letting the Veil collapse
is what you want. Making amends isn't about what you want. You have a chance right now to save the world. Bind yourself to the Veil and stop it from falling.
I cannot. To stop now would dishonor those I have wronged to come this far.
Even if those you've wronged asked you to stop.
Inquisitor.
You were my friend. We saved the world together once. Can't we save it one more time?
Inquisitor, I am sorry. But I cannot. Long before we met, I failed my oldest friend. She died for that failure. If I leave the veil in place, I am destroying the world she wanted. And I will have... She will have died for nothing.
And whose fault is that, Dreadwolf?
Morrigan.
One appellation among many I wear. I have been advisor to Orlais, Witch of the Wilds, daughter of Flemeth, and once, long ago, an old friend.
Mythal lives on in her, and in this.
Mythal.
I pulled you from the Fade you loved and sent you into war. I used your wisdom as a weapon, and it broke you.
The things that I have done
are not for you alone to bear, my friend. The many wrongs we did together. I release you from my service.
You are free to find a better way.
My life force now sustains the veil. With every breath I take, I will protect the innocent from my past failures. The Titan's dreams are mad from their imprisonment. I cannot kill the Blight, but I can help to soothe its anger. I will go and seek atonement. Thanks to you, I now can see the way.
This ending was actually very beautiful, especially the moment where Mythal releases Solas from her service and he just breaks down. All the aspects of the previous games that involved Solas, the Inquisitor, Mythal symbolizing his past, and Rook as the newest addition to this saga, really cements this as an impactful and heartfelt ending. I'm gonna bring it back to old Rex one last time.
Why couldn't the whole fucking game be like that?
There is also a bad ending, and I'm actually quite surprised, but also a bit glad that they had the balls to actually include this, considering how lackluster the rest of the game has been. This ending occurs if, up until this point, all of your other companions have died in the battle for Minrathous, and you are only left with Rook and his team to confront the Dread Wolf. This ends with Solas killing your remaining companions by petrifying them, and Rook sacrificing him or herself to bind Solas to the Veil.
You are alone now, truly! You have lost everyone, everything! It is over!
Yeah, it is. Because it's not just my blood on that dagger.
No!
You were never ready to make the sacrifices that leadership requires.
The epilogue to this game is also different to the rest of the endings, as Morrigan tells us in a voiceover that the gods were defeated and the Blight ended at far too high a price. And the end credit scene shows a monument built at the site of the battle to honor the sacrifice of the Veilguard. The final end credit hammers home that the Veilguard might have survived with more preparations done. This is again similar to the worst ending in Mass Effect 2, where all companions are killed and Shepard fails his mission, and it is actually to the game's credit that they decided to have this as an option. It harkens back to the older and darker themes in just a little way, and just the right way as well. In regards to the epilogue of this game, if you can even call it that, it sadly isn't much to shout about. It showcases the different endings and what has become of each faction and companion, if their loyalty missions were completed or not. But it never goes into any detail whatsoever about what actually happens to these factions, these characters, and the world at large, after the end of the Blight. What did Dorian or May actually do as Archon in the years after the battle? What did Bellara do or didn't do with the Nadasterthalan, and what happened to the elves of the continent after this event? What happened to the Blight now? Solas says in one of the endings that he can soothe the Blight, but not destroy it. Does that mean that it will no longer be a threat in the future? And what happens to the South now, after it's been destroyed? Etc., etc., etc. It all feels very hollow and vague. To compare it a bit, in the epilogues of both Origins and Inquisition, we get a detailed look at what our choices actually changed in the world after the game ends, and how that affects important NPCs, factions, and companions as well. And both games went into satisfying detail with their epilogues, as you as a player actually felt that you had accomplished something during the course of the game. In Veilguard's epilogue, the depth that previously existed in the epilogues of the prequels is nowhere to be found. So here ends the disappointing story of Veilguard. But we are actually not done yet. There is one more story element that has to be mentioned before we close the book on this thing. Something almost as egregious and moronic as what the writers did to Southern Thedas. That is, the retcon involving the Executors. The Executors are a secretive organization from beyond the sea that made contact with the Inquisition in the last game. The Executors declared that the Inquisition's cause was just, and that Corypheus was a threat to all, supporting them in their endeavor. Sharing some information with the Inquisition, the Executors then revealed that their intention was to watch and observe what was going on the continent, and declaring that, quote, "For the moment, we are not your enemies," end quote. Since then, fans have been speculating on what the Executors actually are. We got some new information about them in Veilguard from certain codices. During the days of ancient Elvenon, the Evanuris considered those across the sea to be enemies, and Andruil's wards were at first meant to protect against attacks from these enemies. Later in history, it seems like the ancient Tevinter Imperium had some knowledge of those across the sea, possibly through the whispers of the Evanuris across the Fade, masquerading as their old gods. Tevinter even constructed an enormous flying fortress in Minrathous that was supposed to be used as a defense system against those across the sea, called Urthemiel's Shield. The priesthood of Urthemiel constantly argued with the priesthood of Lucanis at this time, who instead wanted to transform the fortress from a defensive weapon into an offensive one, in order to destroy the threat from across the ocean. Only on rare occasions have the Executors actually been seen on Thedas. One such rare occasion was when an Executor, sometime after the year 944 Dragon, attended a secretive meeting of spies to relay what it knew about Solas and his plans. The attending inquisitorial agent Charter witnessed the cloaked and hooded being, and witnessed its demise as well, as Solas himself interrupted the meeting and preventing the Executor from speaking by petrifying it, later warning Charter how dangerous those across the sea was. How is this relevant to Veilguard then? Well, during the course of the game, Rook can encounter 3 of these mysterious circles in different locations. Circles that, when combined, form the symbol of the Executors. Met with the voice of presumably an unseen Executor at the place of each circle, Rook is cryptically informed that the Executors have observed what has been going on in Thedas and are waiting for the right time to reveal themselves and their plans. If all of these 3 circles are collected during the game, then you are treated to a special end credit scene. I think I got this scene directly after I collected the 3rd circle for some reason. I don't know if it was a bug or anything, but the important thing is that this cutscene reveals how incredibly dumb this all is. Let's watch.
The storm quelled, the sun dimmed, the wolf defanged. At last, we have balanced. Guided. Whispered. And soon, the poisoned fruit ripens. We come.
Okay. What the actual hell? And here I thought the Battle of the South was the worst part of this game. But no, this is apparently the icing on the cake for this entire thing. I was previously talking about how many of the events in the previous games don't matter anymore after they destroyed the South, but with this on top of it all, now they really don't matter anymore. So what is implied in this cutscene is that many of the major events in the Dragon Age lore and the story of the previous games were simply manipulated into existence by the Executors, who have pulled the strings from behind the scenes in accordance with some grand plan of theirs during all this time, like some kind of omnipotent Dragon Age Illuminati? What kind of utter bullshit is that? This not only disrupts the pre-established lore and retcons a bunch of things that have been canon since the inception of the franchise, it also completely robs the significant characters in question of any agency whatsoever. I mean, are you seriously telling me that Logain MacTeer didn't actively chose to betray King Kaelin in the first game because he genuinely, although misguidedly, believed that that was the only way to save the nation that he and Marek had fought so hard for to save? No, That was just the Executors whispering in his ear and convincing him to do that. The hubris of Corypheus and the other Tevinter magisters who tore open the veil and stepped into the Fade because they were promised godhood? No, that was simply the Executors manipulating them, on top of the Evanuris manipulating them as well, masquerading as the old gods. Triple manipulation, in fact. That's not convoluted at all. Bartrand betraying Hawk, Varric, and the rest of the gang, not because he was corrupted by the Red Lyrium idol, but because the Executors probably put the thing there and convinced him to do it. This is bad story writing on a whole other level that is it just becomes ludicrous. I've heard that the World of Warcraft lore experienced something similar in the Shadowlands expansion, with someone called the Jailer, who had apparently manipulated the entirety of the previous story of WoW just to suit his needs. Curveballs like this is not efficient at all when constructing a grand narrative, and pulling off the shadowy organization manipulating everything from behind the scenes trope is very hard, next unto impossible to pull off, unless you are ready to make all the events and choices made by certain characters up until that point basically completely worthless. And that is exactly what has happened here in Veilguard with the Executors. They are obviously setting them up as bad guys for a future Dragon Age game, but if this was the goal from the start, there were ways that it could have been done without invalidating everything in the pre-established lore and everything we had achieved in the previous games. And considering what happened to Veilguard after its release, I'm really starting to doubt that we might ever see another Dragon Age game again. The reception to the first official trailer of Dragon Age the Veilguard back in the summer of 2024, as well as the name change from Dreadwolf to Veilguard, not only met with raised eyebrows but outright dislike from many fans. The trailer was ratioed to hell and back, as both the dislikes as well as the comment section clearly showed what a lot of fans were thinking about the entire thing. Certain game journalists, YouTube channels, and all-around chills tried to shift the narrative by focusing on the new character creation and claiming that the game was a stunning return to form for BioWare. But we would later see how much of a lie that all was. As more and more details came out on the game, how it wouldn't include previous choices, etc., things got worse and worse. After the release of the game, Veilguard surprisingly reached a higher than anticipated player count, probably due to name recognition in many cases, before absolutely plummeting not long after. Sometime later, the disappointing sales numbers came in, and they showed exactly what people had dreaded, feared, and expected. Only 1.5 million copies sold worldwide, 50% lower than what EA had anticipated it would sell. Not long after, basically the entire team that had been working on Veilguard were laid off by EA, as a result of a reconstructing following the poor reception of the game, and in preparations for completing Mass Effect 5. The final nail in the coffin could be said to have been when the different types of concept art and images from the Veilguard art book really started to be spread around the community after the release of the game, as videos on the subject also garnered attention on YouTube. Mainly the so-called Project Joplin, which was the way that the game would have looked and the direction it would have originally taken had it not been cancelled by EA back in 2017. The reason the game took so long to come out was due to a number of reasons. The pressure Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem's development and later failures were putting on the studio, the game changing from a live service game to a single-player one, various individuals that had been with BioWare since the start leaving the company, etc., etc. The art from Joplin showcased an entirely different game than what Veilguard had become, something that was more closely tied to the previous games in the series, in not just style but essence as well. A return to the dark, gritty, but also extravagant and magical high fantasy that signified the series' uniqueness. As fans grieved what they had been robbed of, what they could have had in a better world, they realized that what they instead had got, Veilguard, was a sad imitation of what Joplin could have been. It left and still leaves a sour taste in my mouth, so to speak, and I do not doubt that the same goes for many other Dragon Age fans out there. And so we finally come to the end of this video. By now everyone on YouTube have probably made their own video on this exact subject, and I might be a bit late to the party, but I just felt that I had to share my thoughts. Now, some of my subscribers might be a bit worried about what I have said in this video, and are maybe a bit scared that I won't continue to make videos about Dragon Age lore. Which is absolutely not true. I still love Dragon Age, and I will continue to make content on its lore in the future. But it probably won't be the sole focus of the channel anymore, and I probably won't make a lot of content that revolves around Veilguard. The old games are still with us. The stories and the memories that we built by playing them can never be taken away by anyone, and I will hold on to that for as long as I can. I still have DA content planned in the future. The Ferelden video, as well as a video on Saharon and Parvolan, will be something I'll engage in the future. But after those are done, I might start to branch out a bit. As I have mentioned before, I am a huge Tolkien fan, as well as Warhammer 40k enthusiast, so those two universes might be something I'll dive into in the future. Dragon Age will still be around, but maybe mixed in with some other interesting stuff as well. To round things off, this video took a long time to make. Both finishing the script and implementing videos in the editing was a bit challenging, but it worked out in the end. For your immense patience and loyalty you have shown towards me and this channel is absolutely heartwarming. I really could not have wished for a better YouTube community. Let me know what you thought about the video in the comments. Did you like it? Dislike it? Could I have done something different? What are the things you would like me to bring up in the future? I always appreciate honest, constructive criticism. Once again, a huge thank you to all of you for your support. I'm gonna take a short break now after this video. I'm gonna paint my backlog of Warhammer minis and play Baldur's Gate 3, an actual good RPG from what little I have played so far. Nice job, Larian. You beat BioWare at their own game. Literally. After that, more videos will be coming in the future. Until next time, all of you, thank you, and have a good one.